Members of Council, please take your seats.
Let me know. I can go downstairs and just ring them up. How are you?
Please take your seats.
Put the ringer on your phone and play it.
Yeah. Please, everybody sit. We need quorum. Okay. I would call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have bare quorum. Members of Council, please rise if you're able for the National Anthem.
Tu n'es pas fait des plus brillants exploits au Canada. Kichigwanage, nani buena migweche wendanda.
If I can have members of Council, please take your seats. Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment's silence in memory of Leslie Newton Forbes, Shamsh Kara, former City of Toronto Councillor Giorgio Mammoliti, Ian Scott Morrison, Edward Pottinger, the Honourable Bill Saunderson, and the victims of the tragedy in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, and the victims of the Air Canada plane crash at LaGuardia Airport, New York. Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in terms of the condolences, I wanted to recognize Shamsh Kara in particular. His wife, Yasmin, and Parveen are here. And I think it's really important. He was a constituent of mine, but he gave really 50 years to volunteer service. He was recognized by the Prime Minister's recognition of volunteer service. He started way back in '76 on the Mayor's Multicultural Advisory Committee. And, you know, we talk about volunteers. There's so many people that make this city better who are, they don't get paid for it and they get some minor recognition, but they really are the backbone of what makes this city great. And Shamps was one of those people, and I just want to recognize him in his passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Councillor Perruzza, you would like to say a few words about Councillor Giorgio Mammoliti?
Yeah, that'd be nice if I could do that.
Pardon?
Yes, Speaker. I just want to, you know, I represent a ward that was formerly represented by City Councillor George Mammoliti, and quite frankly, Speaker, there's lots of folks in the neighborhood who remember George fondly, and in part, I remember him fondly as well, Speaker, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. I also want to, I first met George, the summer of 1990.
Councillor Proust, you only have 2
And,
minutes.
I'm not going to go through 35 years or 36 years of it, Speaker. But there's something that struck me about George early on when I first met him. We were having a public meeting, and I remember with Maria Ajmeri, and the provincial election, I believe, had just been called, and I was a nominated candidate, and George came to the meeting, to the microphone, and he had this, this mullet back then. It was almost like a requisite to have one of those things, and he had this stud in his ear, and we were looking for a candidate in Yorkview, and a few weeks later, George, was talked into being a candidate in Yorkview, and then, as you all know, he had 28 years of, successive elections. So he went from, being a Jane Shepherd kid to the legislature to City Hall. But there were a couple of things that I recall about George. George was controversial, for sure. Often, some people agreed with him, some people didn't agree with him. But there's one thing that you had to admire about George, is that George, he was a fearless character. He believed what he believed. He spoke his mind. He represented his community with vigor and passion. He believed that his part of the city was often neglected in the bigger whole, and he never held back in pointing those things out. And while many of those things unnerved us all, in the way that George did what he did, but you know what? We are all different. We all bring unique perspectives. We all bring a character here, and I hope that at the end of it, we can all leave in, respectful of each other. And I want to respect George very much in that way. And I just want to simply say this lastly, Speaker, because he was one of ours. He was a member here, and he did pass on, and I hope that you would be respectful of that moment as well, in no matter what you may have to do here today. And there's another thing that's going to happen at some point down the road. In the legislature, each of the parties will appoint a representative to stand and say a few words about George as well. And I'm hoping that they will also tune in to this today when they're doing that, and they won't just speak from some researcher's notes, because George was a character. He was a fearless individual, not afraid to rip off his shirt in public to make a point. I understand that many of us. I understand that many of us would not have the courage to do that. But Speaker, I just want to simply say this: he was a character. He was a guy that, life is short, and he loved life. He loved a lot. He laughed a lot, and he was able to laugh at himself. And Speaker, at the end of the day, he enjoyed it, because he was also able to laugh at himself with what he did and how he did it. And at the end of the day, that's not bad, Speaker.
Thank you for your kind words, Councillor Perruzza. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaties signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we have a presentation this morning to celebrate Toronto medalists from the Milan Cortina 2026 Olympics. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning, colleagues. Today we're proud to recognize 6 incredible athletes with ties to Toronto who brought home medals, hardware, yes, from the recent Milano Cortina Olympic Games. Toronto is a city that loves sports. You could feel it everywhere during the games, from the Team Canada Fan Fest at Nathan Phillips Square to watch parties at Toronto Public Library branches to packed, literally packed bars and pubs in our neighborhoods. People came together to cheer, to celebrate, to support Team Canada. And these athletes gave us so much to celebrate. Piper Giles from Team Canada's figure skating team. Tom Wilson from the men's hockey team. And from the women's hockey team, there's a whole group of them. Sophia Jacques, Dara Watts, Claire Thompson, and Natalie Spooner. Yes, we are proud to welcome these athletes and representatives from the Team Canada hockey team. And they're here today to help us recognize Dara Watts and Natalie Spooner, who both play for the Scepters. Yes. Yeah, come on. Yes. Wow. Yes, women's hockey is having a moment. The PWHL has record crowds, and the Olympics are driving a new golden era. And these athletes are the heart of all of it. To all our medalists, whether you're here with us today or joining us in spirit, thank you. You've made Toronto proud. You've inspired the next generation. And you've reminded us what's possible with dedication, teamwork, and big heart. On behalf of Toronto City Council, congratulations. And please join me in recognizing these outstanding athletes. And it's my pleasure to invite Gina Kingsbury, General Manager of Team Canada and the Scepters, to come and say a few words. Big round of applause, everyone.
Great. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of our athletes and our staff, I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank Mayor Olivia Chow, the City of Toronto, all members of Council for the warm welcome and the recognition here. It means a whole lot to our entire team. It's especially very meaningful for us to be in the City of Toronto. It was in Toronto on January 9th at the Canadian Olympic Committee headquarters downtown Toronto that we had the privilege of naming the 23 athletes that represented Canada at the 2026 Olympic Games in Milano Cortina. And it was our objective from that moment on to bring back gold. While we are disappointed that we fell short of that objective, I can tell you that we are beyond proud of the performance of our athletes at the moment that counted the most. In the gold medal day, on gold medal day, our athletes delivered a performance that in our eyes was worthy of gold. They competed with incredible passion, with pride, and an undescribed belief in one another. That belief carried us through the entire tournament, and it defined who we became as a team. We stand here not only very proud of the medal that we did come home with, but more importantly, how we represented Canada. The character that we showed, our athletes showed, the resilience, the unity, is something that will stay with us far beyond the Games. I can tell you that representing Canada at the Olympic Games is one of the greatest honors and privileges someone can do, but also representing a city like Toronto adds a layer of pride. This is a city where sports is deeply, deeply valued. Excellence and effort and achievement is woven in the identity of its city. And I can tell you on behalf of our athletes and staff, we are beyond proud to represent this great city and share its values. We thank you again for your support and for recognizing us in this meaningful way. We are deeply grateful for it. We hope that we made you guys proud at the Olympic Games just as much as you guys inspire us and the city inspire us every single day to be the best version of ourselves. We promise to continue to have an impact in this community on and off the ice, and we will take this experience forward and make sure to make a difference moving forward. So thank you again very much.
Can I take the time? Yeah. Can we bring in Renata Fast, the Team Canada captain? If you're here, Blaine Turnbull, Emma Matias, Troy Ryan, Daniel, and Gina is here. Come on down. Let's take a photo together. Don't be shy. Scepters. Thank you. Folks, look at those medals.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville, you would like to make a short announcement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on a similar note of world-class pride, I want to take a moment to acknowledge a remarkable cultural event that took place in our city on February 13th at Meridian Hall. And it was the North American debut of the Orchestral Kowali Project presented by Small World Music and TO Live. As you know, TO Live's mandate as a city agency is to celebrate artistic, culture, and social vitality. And on February 13th, what a packed, sold-out theater at Meridian Hall saw was a world-class production fusing Western orchestra with Sufi Kowali poetry in a night that made for a transformative evening. And I wanted to take this moment to celebrate the tremendous talent within TO Live. And joining us are Clyde Wagner, President and CEO of, is Clyde around? Okay. And Leslie, perhaps as a substitute, Vice President, Executive Producer, for putting together a beautiful, transformative evening and really created that inspiration of what creates and makes world-class cities by creating the arts and culture as a form for such a beautiful evening. And I also want to extend a special thank you to Tasneem Vahanvadi, the Director of Communities and Outreach, for the dedication and hard work in bringing this visionary project. The Orchestral Qawwali project is a fusion of Sufi poetry, Indian classical dance, a sweeping Western classical orchestral sound that's redefining music for new generations. This February 13th was more than just a performance. It was a moment of cultural dialogue, reflection, and a rare opportunity to see how the arts in a world-class city can be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, you would like to make a short announcement?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the arrival in Ontario of His Highness Prince Rahim Aga Khan on his first official visit to Canada, having succeeded his father last year as the Imam or spiritual leader of the global Shia Ismaili Muslim community. For our city, this visit is especially meaningful. Toronto is home to two extraordinary institutions that stand in lasting expressions of the Aga Khan's vision: the Ismaili Centre Toronto and the Aga Khan Museum, both located in Don Valley East, alongside the beautiful Aga Khan Park. The Aga Khan Museum, founded in 2014, is home to more than 1,200 masterpieces spanning the 9th to the 21st century, and reaches audiences around the world, exhibitions and educational programming that foster intercultural understanding. These are not simply buildings of architectural significance, they are civic gifts to Toronto. That vision is part of a broader legacy carried forward through the Aga Khan Development Network, one of the largest private development networks, which works to improve the quality of life of people, irrespective of faith, gender, or background, through investments in health, education, culture, and economic development across some of the world's most vulnerable regions. Under the leadership of His Highness, this work continues to reflect a deep and enduring commitment to human dignity and pluralism. That same spirit is reflected in the Ismaili community across Toronto, whose contributions in our city can be seen in public service, philanthropy, entrepreneurship, and community leadership. Their example reminds us that the strength of Toronto has always come from the people, who do not retreat from difference, but build through it. At a time when cities everywhere are being tested by division, isolation, and intolerance, Toronto can take great pride in being a place where pluralism is not just discussed, but lived. On behalf of Toronto City Council, I extend a warm welcome to His Highness Prince Rahim Aga Khan and offer our gratitude for the enduring legacy that he and the Ismaili community continue to build in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Deputy Mayor Malik, you would like to make an announcement?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I'm honored to share the results of this year's United Way employee campaign at the City of Toronto. This campaign, as you know, reflects something so fundamental about who we are as a city. It is about how we show up for one another, and that we believe that every single person in our city deserves the opportunity to thrive, our shared commitment to equity, to compassion, and to building strong communities that we can be proud of. And I'm proud to share, a drum roll please everybody, that through the One City, One Team, One Campaign, Toronto Public Service employees raised $2,476,634 for the United Way of Greater Toronto. And I know we don't applaud, but that deserves one. And as we know, this number represents thousands of individual acts of generosity and a collective investment in the well-being of our neighbors in every single community across Toronto. It shows what's possible when we work together and with purpose and with that shared sense of responsibility, the same one that we bring into this chambers every single month. I want to acknowledge the campaign co-patrons whose leadership helped guide this work. I'm so proud to be the council representative alongside them in that work. I want to recognize Jag Sharma, Deputy City Manager of Development and Growth Services, representing the city, and Dominic Mogari, Secretary Treasurer of TCEU Local 416, representing our labor partners. Thank you for your leadership. It has reflected that strong partnership between the city and our unions in supporting communities across Toronto. This campaign also brought together our senior leadership team, unions and associations, and our agency and corporation partners in that united and incredible effort. And this collaboration is something to celebrate. It just shows the power of collective leadership in serving Toronto residents. We know that our residents are navigating rising costs, housing challenges, and barriers to opportunity, and United Way's work that network of community partners provide those essentials and that leg up and that hand that is, there when folks need it, whether it's through housing programs, youth initiatives, mental health services, to get folks back on track. And this is the work that complements and is a companion to the work that we do right here at the City of Toronto. And as a city government, we have a responsibility to deliver those services and to do them alongside the strongest partners possible. This campaign, allows us to do things and connect in ways that we don't otherwise get a chance to. This year, I climbed the CN Tower for the third time, so they have also achieved impossible things and invited us to do that. I want to thank every city employee who contributed and demonstrated the values that define our public service, that define our city, and we will continue to bring that work forward. I'm so proud of what we've accomplished this year and to continue to set the bar higher and higher for what we can do for the city that we love.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to wish the Iranian community across Toronto and around the world a happy Nowruz. It was celebrated on March 20th, which launches spring. It is a very challenging time for a lot of our Iranian neighbors. As you know, since the protests broke out and protesters were killed for standing up for democracy, a lot of people in my community have been weeping on a daily basis as they see the violence that is happening in their country. And so since I became a councillor, we have organized an annual Nowruz celebration. And this year, it was really hard to decide whether or not we would continue because the volunteers who have been meeting have also been weeping and comforting each other. And we just didn't know if we had it in us to create a gathering. But we think that it's really important to not just gather in good times, but also to gather in hard times and to comfort each other. And so we are continuing this Saturday with a Willowdale Nowruz gathering, and it will be a meaningful time for us to mark the new year. And the meaning of Nowruz is about that light can overcome darkness and that spring always comes after winter. And so I think these messages are even more important right now for the Iranian community. So I'd like to extend a welcome to all council members and the mayor to come to Willowdale this Saturday and join me in gathering with the Iranian community to mark the new season. And we hope that there can be a new season for Iran. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? We'll put it on the screen. Councillor Thompson, would you like to do that, please?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. That City Council confirmed the minutes of Council from the regular meeting held on December 16th and 17th, 2025, and special meetings held on February 4th, 2026, February 10th, 2026, in the form supplied to the members.
All those in favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Members, there is an administrative inquiry under council procedure. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information referred to a council committee. We have administrative inquiry 39.1 from Councillor Moyes regarding 233 Carlton Street. The answer to this inquiry from the Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate Management has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for question? Councillor Morris, would you like to do that?
I move to receive the inquiry.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Councillor Cole?
Yeah, given the extraordinary circumstances that occurred where 2 brave Air Canada pilots lost their lives at LaGuardia Airport yesterday, I think we should have a moment's silence for these incredible heroes.
Councillor Cole, we did at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay. I didn't hear it, sorry.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do. That the report from the meeting 29th of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce this agenda, meeting number 29. There's some highlights, including cracking down on bad landlords and seeking action on what media have called Toronto's worst landlord. And as you know, I've indicated I will be declaring this as the first item on the agenda. As soon as we go through the agenda, we'll be debating this issue. We also at the same time on the agenda, we're continuing to advance potholes and road repairs work. And there is a celebration of a very good news. Toronto has won the Bloomberg Award, the Mayor's Challenge, which means we will get more than, well, actually $1.4 million plus 2 staff to help us expand and improve the school food program while making it even more efficient. There is also on the agenda a historic donation from the Weston Foundation of $50 million to upgrade the Queen's Park and the $20 million for ongoing maintenance and programming in that park. There is a very important item on the flood protection and the turning over of the beautiful park that is down by the waterfront and completing the work at the Ojibwe area, that whole island. So lots on that report, and looking forward to the debate at Council right now.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the audit committee report.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Good morning.
The motion's on the screen.
It is that the report from meeting 11 of the audit committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Members and Madam Speaker, there are 7 items on the audit committee agenda. I want to draw your attention to a few of them. Of course, the cyclical reports that we hear each and every year about the value of the Auditor General's office, and of course the fraud and waste hotline. And these are in place to let Council know about the work of the Auditor General, but of course to reassure the public that we have very strong processes in place to audit our city and to encourage people to report things to the fraud and waste hotline because they make a difference. There is a report that hasn't been talked a lot about, but I think we should. And I'm not saying it needs a council debate today, but I think that it should be read by members of council. And those are the common themes and issues from Auditor General's previous reports. And the Auditor General looked at the common themes from 2020 to 2025 and highlighted 3 of them. One of the things that she noted is that 2 of them have come back for a second time. And that should be of concern. And those 3 themes are demonstrating accountability for achieving program objectives consistently and cost effectively. And you can take a look at the report and the presentation to understand what that means. The second theme is strengthening contractor oversight and accountability through effective procurement and contract management. That should not be a surprise to you because of the different audits that we've talked about to council. And of course, the third one, which is about modernizing processes, leveraging data, enhancing IT governance and collaboration which we have talked a lot about at council through various reports and various initiatives that are outside of audit. And I think that those are exciting. Finally, members, there is one report here, and I know that it's been held, but it's on the Auditor General's 2026 work plan related to City Council's request for smart track investigation. And, you know, the report itself is important and interesting, and we talked about it at the Audit Committee, but there is an element that is new. And that is, you may be aware that a major media outlet reported that they had access to the confidential information that was contained in that report. Now, I won't go further into what was published, but needless to say, there is some sense that perhaps this information has escaped the circle of the information that's available to council. And I think that should be a concern. And I think that we should talk about that when we deal with this particular item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Speaker. The report from meeting 30 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Again, good morning, Madam Speaker, and to all members of Council and the public. I would like to begin by acknowledging that March 22nd was Lynch Syndrome Awareness Day. Lynch syndrome is an inherited condition that puts individuals at a much higher risk of cancer of many types. It is currently estimated that 1 in 279 people have Lynch syndrome. That means about 150,000 people in Canada, and in Toronto alone, approximately 10,000 people likely have Lynch syndrome. Most of these people probably don't know about Lynch syndrome, nor do many doctors. If you have a family history of cancer or personal history of early onset cancer, it is highly recommended to consider genetic testing. Because with regular monitoring, many of the cancers associated with Lynch syndrome can be caught and treated early, greatly improving outcomes. I hope that you might be able to pass this information along to those you love and potentially help save lives. I also want to take a moment to thank my colleagues, Lindsay Krushmer and Suman Roy, who recently departed from the Board of Health. Their time and expertise over the past 2 years was greatly valued, and it was a pleasure to work together with them. I do have to add that over the past several months, these vacancies have created some challenges for the Board of Health in terms of meeting quorum. Our board directors are all professionals with multiple obligations, so it is understandable that there are absences from time to time. Unfortunately, because the seat dedicated to an education representative has also effectively been vacant with the school boards under provincial supervision, any additional absences can make or break quorum and determine whether we're able to continue with pressing public health matters. The provincial supervisor at the TDSB had reached out asking if we could like them to sit on the board in place of the trustee, and I respectfully declined. Having a trustee at the table to represent the interest of our students and educators has been invaluable. But in their absence, hopefully temporary, we need to make a temporary change for the remainder of the term to ensure we don't continue to have quorum issues. I'm very glad that today the Civic Appointments Committee will be recommending 2 candidates be appointed to the Board of Health. While this will significantly help us reach quorum, I do also hope that the issue of the vacant trustee seats will be resolved soon. I also want to add as well that I'm a former school board trustee. We have many former trustees here at council now, and we know the value of the public trustees to our system. And so, yes, they do serve our community as well. And there is a motion coming to this council meeting to show the continued support for public school board trustees, which I am happy to support. And there's a second motion as well that addresses protecting school lands, which I'm also happy to support. So again, we will continue to work with our friends here in this chamber and elsewhere to make sure that the trustees remain in their seats going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
Speaker, I want to let councillors know that for the morning snack, there's coffee, fruit, and bagels from the St. Lawrence Market.
Thank you. Councillor Chen, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee.
That the report from meeting 33 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. As you can see, we have several appointments that have happened, and this means that we got to meet so many incredible, talented Torontonians who are interested in participating and shaping our city. I want to encourage our fellow councillors to reach out to your community members. Thank you. To submit themselves and apply to be part of the many boards that govern our city. This is how we build a more inclusive city and increase transparency and participation. So thank you to all my fellow committee members, because we sat through hours of interviews to land on these many nominations. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion to introduce the Striking Committee report.
I move that the report from meeting 10 of the Striking Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration, and as always, with thanks to my colleagues for putting themselves forward for our committees and corporate boards.
Mr. Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do. I move that meeting 26 report be listed on the agenda of council for consideration. And I just want to briefly speak to one element of the agenda, which is Toronto's Green Future, a strategic plan for continued growth, 2025 and 2030, and to just highlight the success that Toronto has as a global center for screen productions, despite the tariffs, despite
doing that, something's
despite
happening here.
Despite our tension with our neighbor, despite the economic wins, we have a success story in Toronto. We need to share it more so that people understand when there's filming on our streets. It's actually massively contributing to our local economy. There's wonderful workforce opportunities in the film industry. These are good jobs, unionized jobs in many cases, and there's real workforce plans to ensure that there's more access to this work in communities across the city. And finally, the importance of retaining employment lands as a really important resource. Without employment lands, we can't have this kind of value-add industry. So just that's a real success, and it was highly supported by industry, by workers, by members of the public, and I think it just shows a really good piece of work coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ains, you have a motion to introduce a general government committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. That the report from meeting number 27 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda this morning of the Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, I do, Speaker. And our committee really had a tremendous focus on forestry with the ravine strategy and the tens of thousands of people that are involved in across our city in walking in the ravines, trails in the ravines, cleaning up the ravines. It was amazing. And then our tree bylaw that has been championed by councillors Morley and Sachs to look at our tree canopy, the importance of it. Of course, Vision Zero road safety initiatives that we've had, some missing sidewalks that we're going to put in here, little orphan places. Our councillor Sachs went to the C40 and brought us a report on that, which of course is critical, and then a number of other local pieces. So that is my motion to introduce that, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Yes, Speaker. Good morning and thank you. I move that the report from meeting 28 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And Speaker, since I have the floor, I just want to thank the members of Council collectively and individually for all the kind words I received after the last Council meeting about the passing of my mother. It was very touching. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Thank you, Speaker. I do. That the report from meeting 29 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 30 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Oops.
Good morning again, everyone. That the report from meeting number 29 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of today's City Council meeting be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 29 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials, moved by Councillor Carroll.
Yes. That new business from city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? If you do, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Councillor Cole, did you have?
I've already filed with the clerk, and that's in regards to an interest in MM 39.6, the authorization to release Section 37 funds for benches and wayfinding at Toronto Transit Commission stations by Councillor Sachs. I declare an interest there because my son Josh works for the TTC. And secondly, on MM 39.50, safer subways, making public safety a priority and restoring confidence to the Toronto Transit Commission riders across Toronto by Councillor Bradford, seconded by Councillor Pasternak. I declare an interest there since my son Josh works for the TTC as the Chief Strategy and Customer Experience Officer. I so declare.
Thank you. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I have two petitions to introduce today. One petition is from Etobicoke Lakeshore residents, over 2,300 of them, on Save Our Swans, specific to mute swans. They are one of the species of swans that occupy our waterfront and waterways in the City of Toronto. And while the specific ask in the petition is not feasible at this time, I do have a motion coming forward, MM 39.42, evaluating changes to mute swan management, that I hope my colleagues will take a look at and support. And with thanks to the very passionate environmentalists in my community for the petition on mute swans and mute swan management. The second petition that I have, Madam Speaker, is from a number of residents in my ward, and it is submitted entitled Revitalize the Humber River, No Lease Renewal for THYC. It was started by an Etobicoke Lakeshore resident and has amassed over 2,600 signatures from our community and beyond. The petition reads, concerned citizens who care deeply for the long-term viability of the Humber River, the only heritage river in the Greater Toronto Area, respectfully submit this petition to the City of Toronto Mayor and councillors, expressing our strong opposition to the renewal of the long-term lease with the Toronto Humber Yacht Club that is currently under review by the city. We believe the continued presence of THYC will have ongoing and additional negative impacts on the Humber ecosystem. The continued operation poses significant environmental challenges to the Humber River. The petition goes on to list some of the issues observed by residents, and I'd like to thank residents for their ongoing advocacy and engagement on this issue. Members will note there is also an item related to this matter on our agenda, which I will look to time later this afternoon. So thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are the petitions for me.
Thank you. Are those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. All in favor, opposed if any, carry. Thank you. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 39.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 3 deferred items before us today. NY 28.6, deferred at the December council meeting. NY 29.4, deferred at the February 4th council meeting. And DM 39.1, also deferred in December. The mayor has designated item EX 29.14, cracking down on bad landlords, as their first key matter and first item of business this morning. The mayor has designated item M 3959, Toronto must have a say in waterfront decisions, by Deputy Mayor Osman Malik, second by Mayor Olivia Chow, as the second key matter and second item of business today, subject to council's vote to waive referral on the item. I'll ask the clerk to put the member motions up on the screen. Okay, so notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote. Councillor Holliday, you want a recorded vote?
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Burnside, please, and Councillor Matlow. Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Ainsley, please. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 24-2.
It's the mayor's key item, Councillor Matlow. The notice of motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will not go through the items to take additional member holds. I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold. I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Okay, so we will go to executive committee. Looks like everything's being held except for 2. Okay, nothing. Audit committee. Pardon? Deputy Mayor Malik.
Sorry, I need to hold EX 29.10.
Okay.
Thank you.
Audit committee. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to hold AU 11.4, please. Thank you. Yes, because of your speech.
Board of Health. Civic appointments. Striking committee. Okay, Councillor Cheng, please put your name on the list. If you.
Okay, it's already.
Okay. All right. Striking committee. Economic development. General government. Economic development, Councillor Fletcher.
EC 26.1 Toronto Screen Future Strategic Plan. I'm holding it.
It's already been held.
Maybe I'm going to release it.
Councillor Fletcher, it's already held.
You know, I know I've got so much help here, I can hardly stand it. It's great. I'm holding that.
Yeah.
And after I heard Councillor Bravo's introduction, I'm going to release that, Speaker. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay.
But thank you to everybody for your assistance.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing, hold on. Councillor Fletcher is releasing EC 26.1. On favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. General government. Councillor Crescenti, are you on general government?
Yes, I added my name.
Yes.
So, Speaker, I would like to hold GG 27.16 programmatic approach to delivering state of good repair, accessibility, and net zero programs at City Hall. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Carroll.
With apologies, Madam Speaker, we spent so much time on speeches. You've been making up for lost time. Appreciate it. But I didn't realize we'd started the review finally. And so I have 2 deferred items I can release first thing this morning.
Okay, which one?
both of the North York items, NY 29.4 and NY 28.6. I have a prepared motion on each.
Does the staff have your motion?
They do.
Okay, so we'll do NY 28.6 first.
Yes, on 567 Shepherd Avenue East. This one is a very long one because we're replacing some recommendations, but this is with the help of the planning staff and the applicant.
Okay.
So I'm hoping we can consider this read because it's 2 pages.
Okay, on the amendment by
3,
Councillor Carroll, it's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. I guess that's the item because it's here without a recommendation.
Yes.
And now on 29.4.
Yes,
Councillor
and that's
Carroll?
11 Greenbrier. A much shorter motion and just a quick add to one of the recommendations, and again with the help of planning and the applicant.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll has an amendment on NY 29.4. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended.
Thank
on
you.
favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank.
All right, so we were at general government. Councillor Sachs, you have general government? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I'm willing to release GG 27.15, the evergreen lease at 550 Bayview Avenue.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs is releasing GG 27.15. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher on government management.
So I'm going to hold GG 27.7, amendment to blanket contract number 4702-3575 and 4702-0880 issued to Claims Pro for insurance adjusting. I just want to chat with Councillor Thompson about that.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher holding GG 27.7, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, government management.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold GG 2713, non-competitive extension with Carla Construction and Maintenance Limited for trackless tram service in High Park for Parks and Recreation.
Thank you. Okay, Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Actually, they've all been held down except for 2. Okay. Oh, Councillor Sachs, infrastructure?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to release IE 27.14, authority to enter into agreements with the Board of Management of the Bloor Annex Business Improvement Area for improvements to Seaton Park, Ward 11.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs is releasing IE 27.14. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
And I also can release IE 27.17, Lennox Street, two-way Markham to Palmerston, Ward 11.
Okay, and there has been a communication been submitted on this item. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, infrastructure.
No, actually, it's planning and housing.
Pardon?
Planning and housing.
Well, we're not there yet. Okay, well, we're there next.
Why don't I wait?
All right.
Why don't I wait for the others to go before me?
Follow the agenda. Okay, let's go to planning and housing now. Councillor Perruzza. Go ahead.
Yeah, PH 28.7, advancing partnerships with the community housing sector to build more affordable.
I can't hear a word you're saying. Speak in the mic. Speak in the mic.
It's here. Okay. All right. PH 8.7, advancing partnerships with the community housing sector to build more affordable and supportive homes, brackets, Ward all.
Councillor Perruzza, that's already been held down.
Oh. Well, just in case somebody releases it, can you hold it in my name?
Okay. Councillor Perks has held it.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Perks, planning and housing.
Yes, Speaker, I have a number that I can release.
Okay, I hope it's not Councillor Perruzza's.
Oh, no, not at all. No. Never going to release that one.
Okay, go ahead.
First, I'd like to release PH 28.2, 21 Windermere Avenue, 1 through 154 Swansea Mews, Toronto Builds Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report for approval.
So Councillor Perks is releasing PH 28.2, and there's been communication on that item. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to release the companion report, PH 28.3, 1 through 154 Swansea Mews, 21 Windermere Avenue, Toronto Builds Rental Housing Demolition Application Decision Report.
Okay, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
28.4 on Lawrence Heights Revitalization Phase 2. I understand Councillor Cole has a technical amendment. If he moves that, I can release it.
Okay, does the staff have the technical amendment? Well, hold on. Do we have it? Okay, so Councillor Cole, can you...
If you could just show the technical amendment, and I'll release it.
So Councillor Cole is moving an
Lawrence
amendment to 28.4. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks?
Yes. I'd like to release PH 28.5, 1 through 97 Dorney Court, 2 to 8 Flemington Road, and 21 through 39 Varna Drive, Toronto Builds, Rental Housing Demolition Application Decision Report for approval.
Okay, 28.5, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? I'm the only one that's putting my hand up. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
That completes it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs, Planning and Housing?
Yes, thank you. PH 28.13, 150 College Street. This is the heritage designation of the beautiful University College building, and I'm prepared to release it.
Okay, Councillor Sachs is releasing PH 28.13. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Tobacco York Community Council. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have to hold the EY 29.1, 250 Wincott Drive and 4620 Eglinton Avenue West zoning bylaw amendment application.
Okay, thank you. North York Community Council. Oh, Councillor Morley, did you have one on the tobacco? Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't see it. Councillor Morley.
No worries, Madam Speaker. Thank you. On EY 29.3, 327 Royal York Road, zoning bylaw amendment application, I'd like to move deferral of this item to the next meeting.
Okay, so Councillor Morley is deferring EY 29.3, 327 Royal York Road. On favor? Carried. Thank you. North York Community Council? No. Scarborough Community Council. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, please. I'd like to hold TE 29.44, which is Jones Avenue parking amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to be holding T 29.5, 2004, 6-8 Bathurst Street.
So you're holding EY 29.5, correct? Okay, thank you. All right. Pardon? Okay, hold on. I'm just making sure we don't have any that's out here without a recommendation. Okay, new business. New business, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. On item CC 39.1, I have a motion to replace both of those recommendations from the Integrity Commissioner, which the staff have, just to receive for information. Thank you.
Okay.
And also to ask the Integrity Commissioner, possibly the city solicitor, what members of council need to do when to respond to aggressive, harassing, hateful, and actually threatening behavior. Thank you.
Okay, so on CC 39.1, Councillor Fletcher had motion on the screen. On favor? Oh, okay, right, sorry. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please, and Councillor Chinislin, please. Councillor Candeval, please. Councillor Chinislin, Councillor Burnside, and Councillor Candeval, please. Councillor Burnside and Councillor Candeval, please. The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay. We're done, right? Okay. Councillor Moyes, you can come back. Councillor Cheng?
I'd like to release CC 39.5, legal advice regarding City of Vaughan. It was held in error. Thank you.
So Councillor Cheng is releasing CC 39.5. On favor? Carried. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I can release CC 39.11, designation of the Kensington Market Heritage Conservation District under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. This is very good news, this motion. The Kensington Market community has been asking for about 15 years for a heritage conservation district to protect the unique and valuable character of this area, and this settlement will finally allow that heritage district plan to come into effect.
Okay, CC 39.11, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Councillor Cole?
Yes, I'd just like to release CC 39.9, 444 to 468 Eglinton Avenue West with the recorded vote and just release it.
Which one?
CC 39.9.
Well, that wasn't held down. Oh, you just want a recorded vote?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Recorded vote on CC 39.9.
Councillor Myers, please. Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm just rising on a point of order. There are some members' motions, including mine.
Okay, hold on. Can we just finish this first and then?
Well, I'm at the bottom of the list.
Pardon?
I'm at the last on the list.
No, but do you have any holds on CC?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm rising on a point of order. A point
Yeah,
of order
okay, so, all right, so.
can be recognized at any time.
Yeah, I just want to make sure nobody else has any holds on CC anymore. We're cutting that off? Okay. Okay, Councillor
Yeah,
Pasternak.
thank you, Madam Speaker. There's, I think, a couple of us that want to make amendments to our members' motions before they come to a vote to waive referral. And we're told by the clerks that that's not possible. And I'd like you to rule on that, because the changes that some of these members' motions have could impact the vote on waiving referral. So I wonder if you could rule on that.
Okay. What was that? Okay, I'll reserve my ruling this point and I'll speak to the clerk, okay? Councillor? Thank you. All right, so we're done. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Morley.
Okay, good.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have an item held, and I know there are members here today with interest in this item, and we need staff here to answer questions. Apologies, one moment. The item is GG 27.14, the renewal of various boat club leases. I'd like to make it a timed item for after lunch tomorrow, so that TRCA staff are available to answer questions, and any interested members in the gallery can
So
come.
that's after members' motion.
After members' motions, yeah, thank you, tomorrow.
Okay. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, speaking with Councillor Sachs, I'd like to have that motion on, which I can't find right now. What number is it? Oh, there it is. EX 29.3, update on Western Foundation donation for Queen's Park North revitalization. This afternoon after lunch, please. First item. After the mayor's, if we're finished, the mayor's motion, but after lunch, after 2 o'clock.
What, today?
Today.
Oh, okay. On favor? Carried. There seems to be an awful lot of noise in here. Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Morley. Councillor Candeval, please. It's hard when I hear everyone talking at the same time. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, opposed if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will now review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn, Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise Council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's key item, EX 29.14. Before we go to the mayor's key item, Councillor Bradford, is your group in before we start the next item? They're on the way, because I was told 11, so they're not here yet, right? Okay. All right, so we'll go to the mayor's key item, which is EX 2914. Which is cracking down on bad landlords. If we have any questions to staff, please put your name on the list. Okay. EX 2914, we're at that item. Questions to staff, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. Residents at 500 Dodds have been waiting for action for years. So the question to staff is, why was remedial work not initiated earlier, given this particular landlord's repeated non-compliance with orders?
Thank you, and through you, Speaker. MLS does acknowledge that remedial action, especially at a place like 500 Dawes, where traditional enforcement methods have not yielded fruit and compliance, remedial action should have been considered earlier and used earlier at a place like 500.
Okay. Between bylaw, Toronto Buildings, and Toronto Fire, how many orders has the city filed against the landlord at 500 Dawes in the last 3 years?
So we've identified since 2024 more than 170 deficiencies at 500 Dawes and have issued orders based on them.
Okay, more than 170. Since 2010, how many prosecutions has the city pursued against this landlord?
Through the Speaker, again speaking for MLS, MLS has pursued 73 prosecutions at 500 Dawes.
Okay, and what's the total cost against this landlord that's been levied in terms of fines, charges, and fees?
And again, through you, Speaker, a combination of all of those charges, fees, and fines are in the neighborhood of about $125,000.
Okay. Do you feel like the actions taken to date at 500 Dawes have been adequate and enough?
Through you, Speaker, again, no. I think 500 Dawes is a good example, and there are other buildings like it, where traditional enforcement methods don't appear to lead to longstanding and sustained compliance. And because of that, remedial action is a tool that we should have used earlier and will use and are planning on using.
Does staff think the existing set of enforcement tools that you have here at the City of Toronto and those afforded to us by the Province of Ontario are sufficient enough to protect these tenants?
Through you, Speaker, again, MLS, and I think I could speak for other, I'll speak for MLS. We do have the tools that we require, both in traditional enforcement. We also have some tools that are already in the legislation that would allow us, for example, to transfer into an administrative penalty system, and we are currently working with our partners in legal and courts and technology services to move into that.
And last question for you, can you now confirm that staff have begun to conduct remedial action at 500 Dawes on those items?
And through you, Speaker, yes, this week we have started remedial action. We've started a first phase of it, and we are continuing to onboard vendors and contractors to be able to do some more work at 500 Dawes. We're reviewing quotes as we speak on some work that to be done.
Thanks very much. That's all my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the next one, I believe, Councillor Bradford, your students are here. Go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
I'm just pulling up here. Okay, fantastic. Good morning. Morning, folks. I'd like to take a second to have a special introduction to some terrific guests this morning. We have the grade 4-5 split class from Adam Beck Junior Public School in the Beaches with teacher Hirka, and who else is here? Cara. Fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us. Let's give them a nice City of Toronto Council. Welcome to the 4-5 split at Adam Beck. A little TV time for you. Awesome. Thanks very much for coming down.
Thank you. Councillor Turnus-Lynn, questions?
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that remedial action has begun. I wonder if you can just give us a sense of, like, how do we ensure that that landlord is held accountable financially for this and that the city is not left on the hook? Because really what needs to happen is the repairs need to be made and we need to have them pay for it as opposed to us paying for it, because it shouldn't really be borne by taxpayers. It should be borne by the landlord who has left their tenants in unspeakable circumstances.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe I'll start. And the powers to use remedial action on properties like 500 Dawes allow the city to then recoup that money directly from the landlord and the owner through their property taxes. So it isn't an expenditure that the city will not be recuperating or could not recuperate, and it's just a matter of pursuing the landlord for that money.
Okay, thank you. So they will be required to pay. And just from your comments earlier, it sounds as though you're going to be taking remedial action, not just at Dawes, but you're going to look at doing that on other sites as well. That perhaps you're not, like, we're not going to tolerate this for such a long time. Is that what I'm led to understand?
Through the Speaker, next month in April, we are bringing a report to Council that will outline, amongst other things, an update to our Rent Safe TO program, as well as a remedial action framework of when MLS will consider remedial action at different locations. It is important to note that remedial action is an enforcement tool, and it is an enforcement tool that is usually a tool of last resort. We have shown through voluntary compliance that we achieve voluntary compliance from landlords in about 92% of cases and 92% of the time. So remedial work is that kind of last resort, and we will now have a more transparent and more sort of consistent approach to how we use remedial action. So I do expect that we'll be using it more.
Okay, thank you.
In your seats, because we're losing quorum. Okay. Please, members, if you can go to your seat. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you. Through Mr. Speaker, to staff at MLS, could you explain, sorry, you were saying about 500 Dawes Road, that this issue around standards in the building has been going on for how long? 8 years?
Through the Speaker, no, the problems at 500 Dawes Road have been going on for longer than that. We became aware of, started becoming aware of issues there in the early 2000s. It's in 2017 that the Rent Safe TO program took control of it.
And how do you become aware of the issues? Like, I've had buildings in my ward where, you know, outside groups get involved, like Acorn. Tenants will reach out repeatedly to me as a city councillor. I'll contact MLS and say, you know, there's issues in this building around water or leaky cupboards or cockroaches. Like, how did you become aware of this building and escalate it?
Through the Speaker, so residents can call 311, and that's how we usually get our service requests. And then what we do is we send out officers to investigate. Usually there are property standard issues at these buildings. Officers will investigate. They'll issue orders, notices of violation, and charges if necessary.
I'm sorry, once again, as an example of 500 Dawes Road, so when all of that is happening, Like my understanding is you reach out to the local city councillor and say, hey, this is what's going on at 500 Dawes Road for information.
Through the speaker, so we do have multiple ways of communications, as well as identifying and meeting with ward councillors to talk about issues in their wards, and these would be one of the issues that we would discuss.
So, sorry, just to be clear, you met with the ward councillor for 500 Dawes Road?
Thank you. And through the speaker, yes, we have met previously, and we've provided information on audits that we've conducted as MLS.
Okay. And then just to use my buildings as an example, so there used to be a process where if I had tenants in a building made lots of complaints about building standards, you had a team, they brought a trailer out, the trailer is in the parking lot or close to the building, and you had a team that went in and investigated issues in the building. Is that still in place?
Through the speaker, yes. What you're describing is our approach to doing audits at buildings. So buildings that are, for example, in the bottom 2.5 percentile of our rent safe program, those buildings are subject to audits, which are more in-depth analysis and evaluation of the building. So we do have a more sort of cohesive and focused approach on those buildings.
Okay, and was that done at 500 Dawes Road?
Through the speaker, yes, and it was done several times at 500 Dawes.
Sorry, it's been done several times?
Several times.
Oh, and how, like, can you tell me when? Like years? Like what years?
Yes, just 1 second.
Sorry, Speaker, I got my time.
Sorry, Speaker, if I could just have one moment just to pull that.
I lost like 30 seconds there.
My apologies. Speaker, at 500 Dawes, we conducted audits in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2023, and 2024.
Okay, so when you bring that type of resource into a building, what's the end point where you say, you know, we've had enough, rent TOs, audit team's been in 3 years in a row, like, where do you say, hey, like, we need to ratchet this up?
Through the speaker, all of our actions are designed to bring landlords into compliance with the bylaws. For things like audits, there are fees that are associated with it, again, that are designed to sort of nudge landlords, and they work in the...
Sorry, I understand all of that. I'm trying to, what's the end point where you say rent TO's been enforced? Like, that's a lot of times. I can think of buildings in my ward that have had rent TO once, they come in 3 years later. Like you just told me rent TO has been in 5 times. So bringing that amount of resources into a building, like legally, what's the end point where you say, we got to ratchet this up? And how do you ratchet it up?
Through the speaker, right, and you're correct. And as I said, we have acknowledged and will acknowledge that at a place like 500 Dawes and similar places, a tool such as remedial action would have been a tool that we should have used and would have hopefully been a tool that would help bring the landlord into compliance. I will note at 500 Dawes, we have used remedial action in previous years, so it is an ongoing process. But part of the enforcement tools that we have in order to nudge landlords and bring them into compliance, remedial action would be one of them, and it's one that costs it has benefits to the tenants there by making sure that we fix the things that need to be fixed sooner than the landlord obviously has. And second, it also imposes some fees onto the landlord and makes it financially, as a financial deterrent for them to do the work themselves. So what I will say is I acknowledge and I agree that at a place like this, we should have considered remedial action sooner and should have brought it out sooner.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I lost 30 seconds.
No, I know, and I put it on hold, but go ahead, finish the answer.
Sorry, can I just ask, so you've said nudge a couple of times. Like you've had rent TO in, I believe 5 times, 5 years in a row. Like, do we not have enough power or authority to deal with bad landlords when you've said nudge? Like if I said nudge to my residents, they'd be like, come on, councillor, like, do something.
Yeah.
So
We
through
need
you-
more authority? Like, do we not
through-
have enough authority?
So I think MLS can play its part in the spectrum of bringing landlords into compliance, right? To bring landlords into compliance, there are authorities, as you say, there is enforcement, there are courts that issue fines. We play our part. We issue charges and we engage in what our enforcement tools are. From our perspective, the enforcement tools that we have are sufficient. It is just a matter of how do we use them better. But as far as, for example, if it goes to court and what kind of fines a court would impose, that is out of our control. So that element of whether there is sufficient teeth or sufficient deterrent and sufficient incentive for landlords to come into compliance, that is not entirely within MLS, but the parts that are within MLS, we have the tools and we just need to use them better.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. This is a very important issue, especially in my ward that has such an enormous number of renters. To start, can you please share how many of these problem buildings we're actually seeing across the city?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, the Rent Safe TO program has an evaluation criteria where it places buildings into different categories. For example, the majority of the buildings are in a green category, which means they're evaluated quite high. In the red category, where you may find buildings that are more problematic and have more issues, we have about 115 of those buildings out of a population of about 3,600 buildings.
And understanding that rating system, the number is important, and also the degree to which they are problematic is something I know of great concern. Can you please share a little bit more about what some of the key priority learnings are from staff, from the experience of responding to these very serious concerns?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think the lessons that we're learning, and through staff and through us and through council, is how do we sort of go back to what the purpose is of our enforcement, right? And our enforcement is a tool, but the purpose of why we're using it is important. And in things like Rent Safe TO, the purpose of why we should be using our enforcement tools is to assist tenants to ensure that they have adequate housing. So those are the lessons that we're learning, and those are the lessons that going forward, we're centering tenants more in the process of how, when we choose what to enforce and how to enforce and to what degree, that the results are really felt by the tenants, and it's their interests that we are advancing.
And so is that a part of your assessment and your evaluation criteria?
Through the Speaker, yes, so in the evaluation criteria, the scoring is dependent. For example, greater scoring is based on things that are more health and safety related, which have significant impact on tenants. In our remedial framework, which we'll be bringing to Council next month, we also take and prioritize sort of vulnerable tenants, the effect on tenants, the impact on them in our decision making.
So how do you see these recommendations making the coordination work better to make sure that private rental housing is actually safer for renters? There's still some big pieces of work here.
Through the Speaker, and I can start, and if the Housing Secretary wants to add, it is important. We have been in communications and in coordinations with other city divisions that also have enforcement powers on buildings such as this. Toronto Fire, for example, Toronto Building, Public Health. The more we can collaborate and communicate, the better. And the more we can identify problem properties, which if they are problem properties, they are not just problem properties from a MLS perspective, they're most likely problem properties from a fire perspective, from a public health, and from a building perspective. So the more we can communicate and coordinate our actions, the better. So I see great value in that.
All right, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. So how many enforcement tools do we have at our disposal? And in which order are they applied when we're dealing with a difficult or non-cooperating landlord?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Speaker, as always, it is our intent, our goal to move landlords into compliance. So we have several tools. We have at MLS, and we use a progressive enforcement model, starting with education. We then move to things like notices of violations and orders, eventually charges if there's still non-compliance. And then another tool that we have is remedial action if there is still sort of persistent non-compliance and persistent inability for the landlord to come into compliance.
So when you get to the stage of laying charges, is that the point where you issue fines?
Through the Speaker, so MLS does not issue fines. What we do is we issue charges. The charges then go to prosecutions and they appear before a court, and it's a court that issues the fines ultimately.
So the fines are issued by the court. And do we know how they're issued and when they're issued by the court? After they're found guilty? How does that process come together?
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask Callie Chapman, the
Please
Deputy City Solicitor for Prosecutions, to respond to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The court will either issue fines after a trial if it's a Part 3 matter, a serious charge, or someone could pay a fine into court if it was a Part 1 charge, a ticketed matter. The court will assess, based on the evidence, the seriousness of the offense and various factors in considering what the appropriate fine is, including specific and general deterrence, and take into consideration the ability of the defendant to pay and actually do the work in the circumstances as well.
All right, thank you for that. However, it seems that at times the fines are not adequate as a deterrent. So I'm recalling that I believe it was last summer, I moved an amendment for council to express support for higher set fine penalties for offenses associated with Chapter 354. Do you have any information on that? Any update on whether or not that's being reviewed right now?
So the set fine applications are done for Part 1 matters, which are less serious matters, and they're done by my colleagues in the municipal law group, so I can't tell you the status of that particular matter, but I can tell you that for the types of charges we're discussing with respect to these bad landlords, generally the charges are under Part 3 of the Provincial Offences Court, where there is not a set fine that is applicable. There is a range of fines. Council has brought several motions to have the range amended and raised, but it's ultimately up to the court to determine the appropriate fine.
So then at what point do we decide when we actually do the remedial work and charge it back to the landlord? After the court case, after, or sometime before that? Gaddy, I think that's your question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to answer it. There are some procedural steps that have to be taken before remedial action can be used. But usually what it would entail is we would issue an order, or we would investigate a complaint first. We would issue an order to remedy those deficiencies, to comply. Once that, a landlord then has an ability to appeal that order to the Property Standards Committee. If they don't appeal the order, or if the order has been appealed and has been confirmed there, that then allows us to start doing remedial work, as long as also the compliance period for the landlord to complete the work has expired.
And how long does that whole process take by the time we get to that point?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the process can take some time. There is the investigation part in the front. There are some notice requirements. Like I said, for example, if we have to issue a notice or an order to comply, We will typically give about 30 days for a landlord to come into compliance with that. There are also appeal timelines. If they are to appeal that order to Property Standards Committee, there's a 14-day appeal period there. So there are some inherent timelines in the process, but certainly I think remedial action can be triggered earlier than it has in some of these cases.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. So my first question is, why wasn't remedial action triggered sooner? As we've heard Mr. Ryan Endo come to the Planning and Housing Committee multiple times since I've been on it, which is since 2022, complaining about these issues.
Through you, Madam Speaker, again, remedial action is an enforcement tool, and there is discretion of sort of when we use it. It is a complex tool. Remedial action was used in previous years at $500 for some issues that are recurrent and have recurred after remedial work. So there are several tools that we have to bring landlords into compliance. I acknowledge that remedial action, at least in a place like $500, should have been used sooner. And it is our intention, through bringing the report next month with our remedial action plan, to have used and shown examples such as this of where that framework can work.
So then, to confirm, will the updated bylaws have a definitive endpoint at which remedial action will be taken so that it's clear when remedial action will be taken or not?
Through the Speaker, this being an enforcement tool, there is some discretion that has to be given to enforcement officers to when to use that tool.
But is it going to be clearer? Because right now it seems like it's very opaque.
So through the Speaker, I agree, and what we're doing through bringing this framework next month to Council is trying to standardize within MLS when and how that decision to use remedial action is taken, so that it is more consistent and it is more transparent.
And how will you ensure that the landlord will not attempt to recover the costs of remedial action from the tenants?
My apologies, Councillor. I'm having a hard time hearing.
So how will you ensure that the landlord will not attempt to recover the cost of remedial action from the tenants, i.e. raising rents or other things like that?
Again, through the Speaker, you're highlighting a complexity in the use of remedial action. The ability of the city to recuperate the costs are independent of MLS, so I can't speak to that. And how the tenant or how the landlord may use that expenditure to perhaps raise rents, that again is not something I can comment on.
Is there someone that can comment on that part of it?
Councillor, thanks for the question. The ability for a landlord to increase rents to recoup costs is available through the Residential Tenancies Act. What the city can do and commit to doing is to continue to support our partners in the community who are working with tenants at 500 Dawes Road, like the Centre for the Canadian Centre for Human Rights, ACORN and others, to ensure that there's outreach and mobilizing support on site, and to support through our Toronto Tenant Support Programs, should they need to go to the Landlord-Tenant Board to protect their rights, should there be from their perspective, an unfair request for above guideline increases to the rent.
So is the city committing then to making sure that it's supporting the tenants if the landlord seeks to recover the cost of remedial action?
We have those, the Toronto Tenant Support Program is available for exactly this specific purpose, to help protect tenants and allow them to organize and activate the collective voice.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt because there's way too much noise in the council chambers. Everyone's having their little chats here and there. It's hard to hear. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Did you finish?
Madam Speaker,
I'm good if you're good, Councillor.
I could augment this response, Madam Speaker, just to clarify, the city does not have authority to regulate the landlord-tenant relationship, and in particular with respect to rent increases. However, there is a system through the Landlord-Tenant Board that has some oversight of rent increases.
Okay, thank you. And final question. I don't know if this is the case already, but if you could just clarify, are violations tiered so that more immediate health and safety violations like pests, for example, might trigger faster remedial action?
Through the speaker, absolutely. So it's those things that have a significant health impact on tenants would be the ones that we consider for remedial action.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, questions?
Madam Speaker, through you, I'll try to keep it brief, but just to piggyback a little bit on my colleague's line of questioning on the life and safety specific issues. You mentioned the 30-day window to comply for the landlord, as well as the 14-day window to appeal, which puts tenants in a difficult situation if they're experiencing life safety issues. My question is, for the framework that's coming forward to council on these issues, will there be clarity around if there are any differences or opportunities to do better in a shorter period of time for life and safety specific issues reported in buildings like this one? Hopefully that made sense.
Through the speaker, yes, the framework is designed to prioritize health and safety to tenants, and when we use remedial action to address that. I'll also add that the Act and the bylaw does give us the authority for imminent sort of health and safety risks to also issue what are emergency orders that allow us to do some work sooner.
Thank you. I think the exploring further on emergency orders is going to be helpful for this council, as well as what policies are in place. Let me make this a question. Will there be an opportunity to highlight through the forthcoming report the policies that are in place versus what's happening in practice? I think it's helpful for this body to have clarity on what the intended policies are and what we're actually seeing in practice. This, I think we can agree, is a very severe example of when our policies are not being put into practice and tenants are left, holding the bag. But can there be clarity for council to say these are existing policies for emergency orders versus life and safety versus general thing, and this is how we've been doing in these areas? Can we expect that information to come forward?
Through the speaker, yes.
Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm all done, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much.
We're up to you, Speaker. I'm sorry to hold you up. Please, you have 5 minutes. 1 sec. There you go.
Yeah, I never use 5 minutes, but I find this topic very frustrating. So I have a question to legal staff. Well, what do we have to do and to lobby the provincial government? We should have the tools where we can find these slum landlords and fine them and charge them on their property tax. So what do we have to do to make that happen?
So, Madam Speaker, in my supplementary report, I highlight the fact that the charges in this framework are for violation of a final property standards bylaw order, rather than for a violation of the bylaw in the first instance. The framework includes a lot of process and a lot of time that's built in before there is, in fact, a charge. One of the suggested amendments in my report is that we request that that be changed. So council could make that request, and my staff would be happy to help with that motion.
I would like to put that motion through because it's frustrating. For example, if you get a lot of speeding tickets and you go renew your driver's license, you have to pay the fine, right? And we should be able to do that with slum landlords. We should have a little more tools, aggressive tools, and we're not blaming staff because they can do what they're able to do. But to staff, as far as the infractions and you go to court, the problem that I have, and I'm sure other councillors have and residents have that issue, that once you charge them, it takes forever to go through the court system. And like you said, they can appeal it. So in the meantime, some of these buildings where we do have slum landlords, it continues, and there's nothing we can do because we're waiting for the courts. So can you tell me, because there was one in my ward where actually 4 years it took before it went to court. And so how long does it take, and why does it take so long to go through the courts? Who can answer that?
Madam Speaker, I will say my staff as prosecutors do everything they possibly can to expedite the process, but there are elements of it that are beyond our control. For example, we will consolidate charges, we will request early hearing dates, but as I said, there are aspects of it that are beyond our control, including court scheduling time.
Yeah, so is there any way that we can expedite? Because sometimes it takes years before it goes to the courts. I've had some in my ward where it's taken at least 2 or 3 years before it even goes to court.
With these cases, there are 2 processes built in, 2 appeal processes, and one of the recommendations in my report is that council could request that one or both of those be removed. We'd be happy to add that to a motion if you wish.
They shouldn't be allowed to appeal, in my opinion. But, okay, I know you're laughing, but I mean, you know, when I have meetings with tenants and that, we go on, and I know staff have attended some of my meetings, and it's really frustrating. And I had one in my ward that took 4 years, and then just recently the house burned down, you know. So, you know, that's how long it's taking for these charges to be laid. But do you have a list on any outstanding charges for some landlords that are waiting to go through the court system? Do you have a list?
We certainly do, and for example, I'll just use $500 just because we have those numbers. But there are currently 17 charges that are before the court, and I appreciate that. You know, there are some inherent times that go into it, and these processes do take some time. And unfortunately, it is a situation where, you know, by the time we reach the end of it, it has a lot of time has elapsed, and it is hard if sometimes if an individual is set out to frustrate a system, that they may be successful in frustrating it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next questioner, Councillor Candeval. Councillor Holiday, and then Councillor Candeval is up next. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Do we have the Housing Secretariat here? Great. Item number 4 tasks the Housing Secretariat to lead the action at 500 Dawes Road in order to facilitate the leveraging of assistance from city partners, including Toronto Community Housing Corporation and QP 416, to tap into the vast database of vendors and resources available to the City of Toronto to support remedial action as appropriate, and on and on. To me, that's a bit of a word soup. Can you tell me what this means for you, and why is QP 416 named in it?
So, Councillor, I can certainly tell you what it means to me. I think the motion is requesting the city staff take a whole government approach on enforcement and remediation. So upon Council's adoption of the report, the Housing Secretariat will engage with Toronto Buildings, MLS, Toronto Public Health, and Toronto Fire.
Yep.
We will identify through item number 1 the subset of properties with multiple violations. We will establish some metrics to determine the buildings which have the highest degree of risk and concern. And we will identify tools on which we will activate subsequent progressive enforcement.
So why is QP 416 named? Do you have a relationship with them for
well,
work?
QP 416 does work on behalf of the city. We may, through the course of our action, need to leverage partnership approaches for some of the remedial action. I'm not sure what that is at this point.
Thank you.
If I may, it could be leveraging the expertise of Toronto Community Housing Corporation. It could be leveraging the vendors and expertise within the city's real estate department, or it could be others. So I think what the intent of the motion here is to do is take a whole of government approach, leave no stone unturned, and effectively improve the coordination and delivery of enforcement services.
But do you specifically understand why QP 416 is cited in the motion? Because when we ask city staff to do something, we say city staff. We don't say union, go do it. Does anyone know why that's there?
I'm assuming it's just an example of us to pursue all options to figure out who can support.
But we direct city staff through the management team to do stuff, not to the union. Oh, it sounds like you don't know why that's written there, and I respect if that's the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a different question. This is to MLS and to Toronto buildings. In Ward 2, like lots of part of the cities, there are 1940s, early 50s short walk-ups. And many of those buildings, I have learned, have received notices of violation because the guards on the stairs are a little shorter than what they're found to be in today's in today's Ontario Building Code. And it is my understanding that they've been written up because there was a lower court ruling that despite the building code, building owners would be held to the higher standard. In other words, where other things are not up to the current code, there's a grandfathering provision. Can someone explain to me what this motion means for that plethora of buildings? Because they're in a category, perhaps, of being a small landlord, being tasked with a very, very onerous improvement that needs to be done. And there's a struggle to get it done. And it has to do with a court ruling as opposed to the orderly application of the building code. Can someone unpack that for me and tell me what this means for those buildings? Because I'm worried those landlords, you know, it might lead to a problem, an unintended consequence. And I think everyone's for safety, but I wonder if I could get a comment on that, on how that applies in this case.
Thank you, Councillor. We understand the concern that you have raised with regards that this is a matter that went before the Superior Court in regards to a building code in which the matter was appealed for the parameters around the guards and the stairwells in regards to the height of them. That ruling was upheld that they would have to, the grandfathering would be not supported in the case, in the instance of it, and in doing so, as part of our proactive evaluation coordination, MLS staff did attend these properties in their evaluation and address them accordingly, giving them the opportunity through the issuance of an order to come into compliance, have the ability to appeal through PSAC, and work in compliance with the City of Toronto. Understanding this framework, I don't have the exact numbers now, Councillor, and I can get back to you if you wish. We have seen buildings come into compliance with the current court ruling, and we are working with those that are currently non-compliant to ensure that health and safety is firstly the parameter that we abide by, but to work towards an amenable end so that they're not in any dispute.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to staff for the presentation, the information presented thus far. In regard to remedial action, is it part of the contemplation to have suggested or expected timelines of a resolution in regards to the actions? Like, for example, if it's bed bugs or cockroaches, or is there an expectation with certain complaints?
Through you, Speaker, I think the way I can answer that is it is very much a case-by-case situation of a particular building, the problems within the buildings, and how we approach it through remedial work. What I can say is that throughout this process, in centering tenants, and it is about communication and understanding with them. For things such as pests, they're very often in-suite issues, which we would have to address as well. But it is about communication. So I think through that, yes, there will be managing of expectations and understanding of timelines and transparency. But to set something out preemptively, I think would not be possible.
Thank you for that clarity. And as part of this cross-divisional coordination work, and pardon if I missed this in the report, would there be one division in particular that would lead the communication with tenants and the respective landlords?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the Speaker. I do think it is a case-by-case basis. This is a newly established coordination table. We have not yet met or had authority to get created, but what we will do will be framing out a terms of reference, the required divisions to lead that, the required divisions to support that efforts, and communication will be first and foremost in our minds as we look to take a tenant-centric approach to our coordinated efforts.
With that, so what I'm understanding is that it's a case by case, but which division do you think has the tools to be the most effective in being able to effectively communicate with tenants and provide confidence?
Sure, and again, Councillor, I don't want to get too far ahead of the decisions we're going to make and bring forward through the steering committee. I think the Housing Secretariat has played a good role in coordinating community outreach to housing buildings and housing tenants. But that said, each of the enforcement activities that would be taken on by the respective divisions with those authorities all come with their own statutory notice and communication. So we are going to have to work in a collective effort. There may be some buildings that highlighted that have primarily MLS issues. There could be others for Toronto buildings. So I respect the question, but I'm not in a position at this point without having the conversations with the divisions to give you a definitive answer.
And in regard to the use of a roster of contractors, are we confident that we'll be getting good value for whatever pricing they price out?
Thank you. And through the Speaker, we are following, and we have to follow established city procurement policies in getting these vendors. And it is our expectation that the pricing that will be quoted to us for doing this remedial work would be a reasonable quote, and ultimately it would be the landlord that then pays that back to the city.
Is there any consideration of any potential legal implications that problem landlords may respond with?
Thank you. Through the Speaker, so your question is if there are any potential legal implications. I think there, and perhaps I can ask the city solicitor, I think there are always opportunities for someone to challenge an action of the city. And what we're trying to do, and through our work with our partners in legal, is to ensure that when we do go out and enforce and use remedial action, that we have done our due diligence in making sure that that action is sustainable and could be upheld by any challenge that a landlord may bring.
And very, very quickly, is it possible to map out, as part of the work we're doing, where the problem buildings exist?
Through the Speaker, we already are doing that. So our Rent Safe TO program does have a very interactive map that clearly lays out every building under the program across the city, their scores, deficiencies in that building. As part of the item that is before you today, there's also discussions of how do we leverage technology within the city to better coordinate, for example, interdivisionally, where Toronto buildings may have orders on the same building that we may have, or Toronto Fire may have orders. How do we leverage technology to sort of bring all those orders and all that information into one space so that we internally can see it, but also that the public externally can see it?
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, and with great respect to my questions to come, can you tell me, please, how many properties in the City of Toronto exist currently that has, I guess, in excess of 170 violations or anywhere near that number?
Through the Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't have that number in front of me. I imagine it is not very many.
I'm sorry?
I imagine there are not many that have risen to that level. But
you don't have the number, but you imagine that's not many. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay. You have this report here, cracking down on bad landlords. Is this the only bad landlord that's in the City of Toronto that has this number of violations?
Through the Speaker, just a correction, this isn't a staff report. This is a letter that was brought to Executive Committee, and we are...
I'm aware of that, but since you are part of that group that coordinates and bring together city divisions to address issues with respect to bad landlords, I'm assuming that you know the number of bad landlords that are in the city. I'm assuming that this isn't the first time that we've dealt with bad landlords. I'm assuming that this letter wasn't the sort of vehicle that caused you to think about this issue. Would I be correct?
Through the Speaker, 100% correct.
Great. So tell me then, how many bad landlords do we have in the City of Toronto?
So we do have sort of a list of problem properties in the city. As I said earlier, we also have our evaluation tools which identify...
Right. So with great respect, how many?
I'm not sure what you mean by bad landlords, Speaker.
What is your definition of bad landlords? Because I'm assuming you have one because you've expressed it with respect to your commentary. I know, but I want him to tell me that answer. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, I'm not sure that I have a definition or the MLS has a definition of what would be a bad landlord. What we have are evaluation tools and audit tools that measure the performance of landlords at different buildings, and we use our enforcement tools to address those.
So it's a moving target. You don't really have a definition. Is that what you're saying?
So it's the ultimate demonstration in the building that would drive us to use our enforcement tools. It isn't necessarily the landlord themselves that drive us to enforce, but it is a consideration. For example, in our remedial framework, the landlord's behavior and bad faith behavior, inconsistent behavior, obstructionist behavior, all those kinds of things will lead us to use remedial action more consistently.
So may I then ask you, and I'm not sure if you have the answer or someone else, when residents call to complain about issues and problems they're having in their buildings, do we actually create a list so we understand the number of concerns, the complaint that's coming forward, and we can basically cross-interpret that across the city as a whole, or do we just sort of look at things in a static sense?
Through the Speaker, and I'll answer for MLS, but we receive thousands of service requests every year. We investigate each one of them, and we issue orders where we have to issue orders. We are also in constant communication with our partner divisions in the city also that have enforcement authorities. What we acknowledge is that better coordination, better communication can only help us.
Right. The City of Toronto is how old? You don't know that answer. That's fine. I know the answer. The reason why I asked you the question, I'm presuming that we've had over the years many complaints from residents about deficiencies and challenges that they're having in their rental properties. Would that be correct?
Through the Speaker, yes.
And to this point, we're now developing cross-divisional database and tracking and technology to now track this because it's a new thing? Or is it that we have failed to develop the proper mechanism to track these things that were not a new thing, but we're now treating it as a new thing? Which is it?
Last question.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, what I've acknowledged previously, and I'll do again, is that for some of these properties, our tools of remedial action should have been used sooner and used more consistently. Okay. As a city, we have, throughout this process, not just at this particular location, but on all locations, have had communications between the divisions. What we're suggesting, or what this letter suggests, is that we would all benefit from formalizing that relationship and ensuring that we have more direct and focused communications and coordinations between us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on a couple of the questions from my colleague, Councillor Thompson, and that you answered, Mr. Katz, that there's a lot of loopholes that a landlord can move or change or dance around in order not to comply with some of the orders, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think any system, if someone set out to frustrate that system, they might succeed in some way.
And then they become a little more accomplished at that, knowing what to do based on which order, correct?
Correct.
And so this new approach seems to me it will curtail those activities rather drastically in favor of the health of the building or the health of the tenants who are living in that building.
Through the Speaker, I'm hopeful, but what it will do is it will allow us to sort of address issues that impact tenants more directly and faster and more consistently, and allow the other process of the landlord's compliance to work itself out. As always, the system works best if landlords comply voluntarily and on their own, rather than being forced to do so. And all our tools are designed to move landlords and create a situation where the deterrent of not complying is worse than the compliance.
Right. And then I just want to ask, excuse me, ask Toronto Fire, because I think they have extraordinary powers that nobody else has, and we might not have asked those questions yet. I believe you do have, when it comes to safety in buildings, Chief, you do have some extraordinary powers when you find things. Can you list what they are, please?
Certainly, Chair. The Fire Protection and Prevention Act provides Toronto Fire Services 9 enforcement options, starting from the issuing of orders at the lowest level up to and including closing buildings, which you know we have done sometimes in your ward, removing tenants, shutting properties down, and the extreme power that we have been provided by the province, which is very seldom used because our goal is not to dehouse, and for Toronto Fire to take control of the property until the actions are safe.
And just in a case that we're speaking about of so many violations, at what point can Toronto Fire have an impact overall? You only have your lane, which is fire safety, but at what point can you take extra or just hard action? What's your education versus compliance? Where do you draw that line?
So, Chair, we always look at that through two lenses. One, the safety of the occupants, and two, the safety of my firefighters and other emergency responders that have to attend these properties during emergencies. We, too, have had a very active involvement with this property. We have taken a very hard line with this property in terms of enforcement, the number of charges, the number of orders that too have been issued. So it really is on a case-by-case basis. Where we do believe there's reasonable and probable grounds that tenants or emergency responders will be hurt, we will use the enforcement tools necessary to protect them.
So they've raised something rather important, which is if firefighters have to go into a building and there's issues structurally or in any other way that have been determined through MLS, how is that information currently given to you? That could be a dangerous situation for your firefighting.
So as previously noted, the three divisions, along with Toronto Public Health, do communicate on serious properties. And so when there are structural issues, we will speak with Toronto Building. Where there are dramatic issues in terms of property standards, our inspectors cross-communicate with MLS. But certainly it would not hurt to have a database where Toronto Fire, Toronto Building, and Toronto MLS could all see what orders specifically each division has.
Tracking. And how many buildings are there that are dangerous ones for you to enter that need remedial action? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, so Chair, I'm actually happy to say that's a very infrequent problem that we have. Probably less than half a dozen times a year do we have to use our more extreme powers to either remove occupants or close buildings. So it has happened, but it is infrequent in the city.
And have there been violations at this particular address we've been speaking about today over the years?
So specifically, Speaker, to 500 Dawes Road, yes, Toronto Fire has conducted over 32 inspections over the last number of years, multiple violations. The building, as of yesterday, literally has cleared all of the issues that I am concerned about, but we have had a long history, including prosecution history with Ms. Chapman's group on this property.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the Speaker, just wondering about this database that is going to be made public by July 2026. How does the data for this type of cross-divisional enforcement activity intersect with rent-safe TO? Because I think both are the pertinent pieces of information that we want renters to have access to. And would there be some kind of duplication? Is there some exploration of consolidating that so that people can easily find out the status of their building?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Chang. Doug Rollins, the Housing Secretariat. So in advance of Council's approval of this report, we've already hosted a number of meetings with the CTO staff, as long as program and business experts from each of the divisions. So we are envisioning, basically developing by July a database that is outlined in the recommendation that provides transparency to the public in terms of their address and what orders may be in place from one division or another, and potentially deeper data sharing on the back end, to the points just recently made by the questions, to allow better coordination, integration, and continuity of information flow between the divisions. So to be developed. So again, this has only been live for a couple of weeks, but to confirm, activities are already in place. The tenets of the motion are being pursued, and I believe we're on track to do so on or before the deadline imposed in the recommendation.
So my question is, we want to simplify this for tenants, and if you have the Rent Safe TO portal with a map, and then you have another set of data with a map, then will there be some consolidation of this information?
Through the Speaker, yes, there is, and we are intending on using Rent Safe TO as the base map and overlaying fire code violations, public health code violations, and building code violations. So that will be the premise by which we'll overlay the additional information.
And that's excellent and very helpful, and I wonder, when people go into this portal and they see infractions, will there also easily be a pathway, and here's what you should do about it? So, because they're going to see all of these challenges that they already know because they're living it, and then to not have to leave to another website to go and find what to do about it.
Those are some great sentiments, Councillor, and we can take those back. Obviously, we're not even at that point of development, but those are really good points. And as we've articulated in prior answers, communication is really at the heart of this, to make sure that we are communicating in a simple, straightforward way to provide the information necessary to those tenants who are affected.
So the goal is a one-stop shop where information is provided, as well as support for what kind of actions people can take. Is that what the vision?
Correct, and I think in a couple of other cases, what we've done is just that. So at a minimum, a landing page that says, here are the links by which you can go and action what you need to action. Clearly, it's something we need to work on with the communications teams and the various divisions, but at the very simplest form, that is something we can enable.
And my last question is, as the portal develops, and maybe you'll have to do it after because of the tight timeline, will there be consultation with tenant advocacy organizations to just ensure the user friendliness and the helpfulness of what we're creating?
Yeah, again, Councillor, you're right. It's a bit premature, but another great thought. So again, we want to make sure that the information being produced and consolidated works for the individuals who need it, and communication will be at the thread of this. And we can again use some of the partnerships and approaches we have for other data management systems to make sure it's user friendly and customer focused.
Can I suggest an earlier consultation and not waiting till it's fully done, maybe with Acorn, just to get some preliminary input, because they are always advocating and working with tenants in these vulnerable situations?
Good suggestion and noted.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, you would like to make an introduction?
Yes, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and it is my honor to introduce you to some special guests that we have in the chamber today. I think they get the award for racking up the most air miles on their visit to Toronto City Hall. We are joined by the Mayor of Praia de Vitória. This is Mayor Vânia Ferreira, all the way from the Azores in Portugal. Let's give them and her delegation a round of applause. Mayor is, she's here and joining us in the chamber today, and a bit of a tour across the GTA. She's here to help put a spotlight on the Festas de Praia 2026, one of the most significant cultural celebrations of the Azorean community, with deep resonance among the Portuguese community here in Toronto. And we do have a fantastic Portuguese community. I know we're all very much excited for Portugal Day and the parade in June. And we have some leaders from Toronto's Portuguese community who helped make this visit happen, including Joe Da Silva, who's the Vice President of the General Assembly of Casa de Madeira, and Jose Da Silva. So, bem-vindos a Toronto. Welcome to the city, and welcome to Toronto City Hall. Thank you very much.
Follow that. Thank you, Speaker. Eu quero dar a bem-vinda a todos aqui na Municipalidade de Toronto. Sempre encontrarão uma amizade e uma representação. Eu espero que seja uma boa visita aqui no Toronto.
To speakers, if I can, to speakers list, Councillor Bradford to speak. Councillor Bradford?
Is the mayor speaking first or no? Okay.
Okay.
You just reset my time there for me. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I appreciate all my colleagues' thoughtful questions. I appreciate the direct answers from staff. I know this is a difficult file, and I want to be clear. What is happening at 500 Dawes is awful. It's horrendous. It's been going on for far too long. And we're dealing with a scumbag of a landlord. This is not a good faith actor. They have not worked with tenants. They have not worked with the City of Toronto. They have not worked with bylaw. And I think, as you heard directly from staff, that is why they have been tied up in the courts for many, many years. Residents have been dealing with issues. I've had conversations with Ryan, who's been a champion and put a lot of his own time into this file to try and make a difference. But it ought not to be on the tenants to drive the type of change that should be coming from City Hall. As you know, this is Dawes Road is part of East York, and this file has a history that goes all the way back to former councillor Janet Davis. And her and I have had lots of conversations about this. And I think those tenants in this building and other buildings that you were speaking about in your communities have been let down by a city that moves far too slow on this. We're talking about basic standards for Torontonians. Fire safety, pest control, access to mail, elevators that work and function. These are not luxuries. These are basic necessities. They're the minimum conditions for safe and dignified housing. And yet, after years and years of orders, fines, appeals, court proceedings, the situation has continued to drag on. We've had pleas of help from tenants, repeated escalations. From my office, bylaw officers continued to find that the building was in non-compliance. As we heard from our staff team today, this has happened more than 170 times. 170 times. Staff have filed the orders, they've levied the fines, they've prosecuted 73 times on this site. $125,000 of fines have been levied. Fees, charges pressed. We've heard that the city has taken some remedial action, but none of these things have fixed the actual living conditions for the tenants or improved their homes in any measurable way. Staff has indicated that they think they have the right tools. I'm not convinced on that. I'm certainly not convinced on that based on the track record here at the city. But what is crystal clear is how we are using the tools available at our disposal has been inadequate. We keep relying on issuing orders. That's why there's been 170 of them. Sometimes we follow it through with prosecution, 73 times. Those are the tools that we have. But today we heard remedial action is treated as a last resort. But it's one that's taken far too long. And I can point to other bylaw issues in the community where remedial action took months and months, in some cases years, before the city stepped in. And I think we need to rethink at what point we trigger those types of actions, because the folks on the other side waiting for their buildings to be fixed, waiting for a state of good repair, waiting for the basics to have a dignified living condition, they would suggest to me, they would suggest to the mayor, they would suggest to City Hall and the bureaucrats that it takes way too long. And I tend to agree. So, I appreciate the motion in front of us. I think we need stronger action, and I will continue to support the efforts to strengthen that, including the remedial action that is now finally underway at 500 Dawes. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow? No? Mayor Chow, you ready to speak? Oh, okay, if you could take your name off. Matlow, Councillor Matlow. Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate your patience. I want to begin by catching my breath as I ran into the council chamber, and then proceed to say that I'm very grateful that the mayor has put this incredibly important initiative forward. It's true, it's not just 500 Dawes Road, even though it is such a perfect example of a building that has been pleading for the city to do more and act quicker to protect the health and safety of the residents there. There are buildings across our city that deserve the same respect and the same support. And the reality is, even with the best of intentions, our system hasn't worked. And we must admit that, and we must recognize that, and we are, frankly, by taking this next step. Because there are people who have great landlords, and those landlords treat their buildings as people's homes and act accordingly, act responsibly. But there are far too many people in our city whose landlords don't care. They literally treat the building just as a business rather than a collection of families, of homes. They are neglectful. They are disrespectful. And what I've heard from tenants across the city is that they're often embarrassed to invite family and friends over to their home because of the conditions that the building has been left in. And we can't accept that for any of our friends, our families, our neighbors, anybody in our city, that is a situation that anyone should be stuck in. And they often do feel stuck. And also with the Ford government's removal of rent control on buildings after 2018 and their effort, frankly, recently to even pull all the rest of the units into that removal, there are many tenants who feel disenfranchised. They're actually scared to raise concerns with their landlords sometimes because they are worried that the rent's going to go up in some punitive way. And that's why it is so critical that the city does everything we legally can to tell the worst landlords in our city that if you're not willing to be a real human being and care about the other human beings who you have the responsibility to care for and ensure that they're healthy and safe, that we're going to damn well go in there and fix things if you're not going to, and we're going to bill you afterward. And so that's why I'm just so grateful to see this finally here. This is something that has been a long time coming. Frankly, we always need to seek to do more. We're restrained basically only because of the fact that the vast majority of the rules and the regulations and all the legislation has its roots at Queen's Park. But everything we can do, improving rent safe, moving on remedial action, and more. And then advocating toward the province on a number of other fronts, including retaining rent control, going after landlords that are fraudulent when it comes to landlord-owned use and evictions. When it comes to the way that above-the-guideline rent increases are used willy-nilly in a way that they are charging tenants for paying for their own equity. We can play that role, both advocating for what the province controls, but then also doing what's within our ability to do as we're doing today. So I just simply wanted to say thank you to not only the mayor, but to all of my colleagues who are demonstrating that support for tenants across the city who have been crying to us saying, you know, please be a leader, please do more. And today we are doing more, and I'm very grateful. And there's obviously more yet to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next is Speaker Nunziata. Please proceed. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And some of the questions I asked earlier, and I had asked staff to draft the motion as far as asking the provincial government to assist us with the tools, more aggressive tools. And it's my understanding that the mayor has a motion that's going to incorporate that, so I don't need to move that motion. You know, we have a lot of slum landlords in the city, and I've gone through quite a few of them. And I guess what's frustrating, and I asked that question, you know, we go in, we charge, we give them notices, and then we're waiting for the court date, and it takes forever, and sometimes it takes 2 or 3 years. And in the meantime, tenants are living in a building that's unsafe, and, you know, so we really need to take an aggressive approach, in my opinion. And I know the tools that we have were pretty limited, but I think we need to strengthen those tools. And hopefully with the motion that the mayor will be moving will assist us, because I had a lot of history of slum landlords in my ward. Just give you an example. When I was the mayor, I had 2 buildings that all we had was prostitution and drugs in the building. On and on. It was managed by this management company, and people were complaining and went on and on and on. So what we decided with the community, we were protesting against the landlord. But what I did was I thought, well, maybe what we should do is just check to see if they have insurance policy on the building. Of course they had to. So we contacted the insurer and told them that this building that they were insuring, in fact, has prostitution, drugs, and all this other in these buildings. And if they didn't clean it up or to take back the building, we would make this public. And what they did, they took back the building, new management, they sold it, renovated it. I mean, it was a long process, but we took that aggressive approach. And just like we did with John's years ago with prostitution, you know, but you know, I think enough is enough, because a lot of them know how to play the game. And Councillor Fletcher, you were right, they know how to delay it, and, you know, we're really not getting results. And it's very frustrating for us to go back to our constituents, say, well, charges have been laid. 2 years later, oh, we're still waiting for the court. It just takes too long. So, yeah, anyway, I support the motion. I haven't seen the motion yet, but I think it addresses my concerns. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Sachs, you're next.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, I rise to support the motion. Like my colleagues, I've had experience with terrible landlords. We have many excellent landlords in Toronto, but they have a powerful financial incentive to skimp on maintenance, especially when they're trying to force out long-standing tenants. And in my ward, more than half of the residents live in multi-unit residential buildings. A lot of those tenants have been in place for 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the same place. And so they've benefited from rent control. Their rent is fairly low, and therefore, under Mr. Ford's rules, the landlord has a powerful incentive to force them out. And since they have no legal way to get them out, they try to harass them out by letting the building deteriorate, by cutting maintenance. And we've seen this over and over again. And we particularly see it in terms of buildings that are seeking to demo-evict the tenants and don't want to have to pay the compensation packages. So they try everything they can to force the residents out. And we see this over and over again. We have a more general problem across the city that I hear from my constituents where we pass bylaws and we don't enforce them. We don't have an enforcement approach that is of a measure for the threat. And we need to. We need to take seriously what our bylaws say, and when bad actors thumb their noses at us, we can't just say, oh, we'll wait for the courts, and 3 or 5 or 10 years later, maybe something will be done. So thank you for this report. We need it. We need it more generally across municipal licensing and standards for the most serious issues where people's lives are directly affected, and this is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. I have a very short motion, and it is to change 2 words in item number 4. It's to strike out QP 416 and just say city staff. I'm not really sure why the mayor's letter wrote it up this way. I tried to get an answer from staff. I'm not sure that they knew. And the mayor's speaking last, so I can't ask her. But I thought that this would be helpful and constructive because I'm not really sure that it's otherwise in order. But I'll just put that aside for now. The comments I really want to make on this is I think that this item is generally well supported by council. And why wouldn't it be? It's about collaborating in the city and working together to do a better job at getting better outcomes for people that live in buildings where there's a problem. But there's an old saying, and the saying is, be careful about leading with your chin. It comes from boxing, right? It's the boxer that goes out there swinging with their face exposed, and it's kind of like reckless aggression. And I wanted to raise that point in my questions. But I understand the politics of this. You know, there's a desire to have the city being the big defender of the person that is perceived to be in a position not able to help themselves. And, you know, get on those landlords and make them do something. And if they don't do it, the city's going to step in and do it and bill it back. But I think we always have to be careful in taking an aggressive stance, in being very heavy-handed. And my goodness, I'm not standing here saying don't do these actions and don't do it when it's appropriate. But I raised a very specific example. In Ward 2, and I'm pretty sure in most communities around the city, there's a category of buildings that are often owned by private landlords, families. Maybe they own one small building. I know there's a bunch of 4-story walk-ups that were built in the 1940s, I think, in Ward 2. And many of them have been written up because the guards that were built on the stairs 60, 70 years ago don't meet current building codes, right? There's a certain height requirement and a spacing between the bars. And they all got orders because of this that says, go and change your guards to the current ones under the building code. And the reason for that was that they weren't able to be grandfathered under the code. Normally, things that were built lawfully before are often allowed to stay, but there's a court ruling that says, never mind that provision of the building code, just make it current. And I get it, we want to have safe spaces. But I know I've spoken to a couple of those landlords, and they said, you got to understand, councillor, that these are multiple tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, and that is really material in the scale of business that we are. It's a small building with a few apartments, and they're not a big conglomerate, and the cost to raise this money is a real cost. Perhaps it's something that goes into the mortgage renegotiation and something that gets passed on to tenants. So, you know, that's just one example, but there may be other scenarios where there is a lot that goes into the process for compliance. And if this motion is saying, you know, put all that aside, just plow through there and make this stuff happen and charge them back, there could be unintended consequences. So I just ask and suggest that things be tempered in terms of expectation, and that we allow our public service to, and we support our public service in stepping in where things are necessary. But, you know, sometimes being overly brazen or brash as a council, and I appreciate the politics of appearing that way, it actually isn't genuine, and it can actually result in secondary problems that hurt the people that we were trying to help. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo. Councillor Bravo, you're up to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say thank you to Mayor Chow for listening to the tenants at Dawes, for, after so many years, sending a message to every landlord in the city who exploits people, who doesn't obey the law, who puts people in precarious conditions, makes their life a living hell. You're now on notice. The City of Toronto will not put up with this, and I think this is a really important day for all of us. Thank you to Acorn. Thank you for all the work that you've done. Thank you, Mayor Chow, for listening.
Thank you. Okay, we're recessed to 2 o'clock.
Test.
This meeting is now resumed. Members of council, can you please take your seats? Councillor Candeval, Councillor Carroll. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize Will Johnson, Deputy City Clerk, Infrastructure and Development Services, on his retirement from the city. I've got, okay. Sorry, I'm just reading what I see before us. All right, so we all know. Okay, I apologize for that. I'm just reading what I have before me. And now I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
If I don't do it, doesn't mean that yeah, okay, I'm just going to sit down. I can read it very slowly. Today we are recognizing someone who has helped shape how the city builds, how we grow, and how we deliver for residents of Toronto. Will Johnson, our Deputy City Manager for Infrastructure Services, is preparing, hopefully for a long time, to conclude his service with the City of Toronto. And I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words about his contributions. Will has devoted more than 12 years to the City of Toronto and close to 3 decades of public services. He spent 9 years with Toronto Building, starting as the Director and Deputy Chief Building Official, and then becoming the city's Chief Building Officials and then the Executive Director. In that time, he modernized the division, making permitting and inspection services more efficient, customer-focused, strengthening collaboration, and advancing practical changes to support safer and more affordable housing. For the past 4 years, Will has served as the Deputy City Manager for Infrastructure Services. He took on complex challenges and delivered results. He helped establish the Development Review Division. You know how fast things are now? Which is now improving approval timelines. He strengthened how we deliver capital projects with better coordination and a stronger focus on reliable construction schedules. And that, let me tell you, was very difficult to do, and he did it. He created the Strategic Capital Coordination Office, improving how we manage construction across our streets and with partners like TDC and Toronto Hydro. And he played a key role in advancing transit, helping major projects move forward with agreements with the province of Ontario and Metrolinx. He also led improvements to winter maintenance. My gosh, that is a tough job. Moving from a divisional response to a coordinated citywide approach and integrating service delivery across the city and with the TDC and the police, actually. And where did Will come from? How did we manage to land someone like Will Johnson to the City of Toronto? Well, Will came from the city of Vancouver, where he played a strong role in developing the city's building code, championing an incredible update for existing structures, and making buildings safer, greener, and more accessible. You can recognize all the work and all the his qualifications because he wears his engineering ring with pride. I'm always looking at it. He brought this valuable experience with him when he joined the City of Toronto. What stands out most from Will's tenure with the City of Toronto is his leadership. Calm, collaborative, focusing on getting things done. And he takes it to heart because there are a few times when he and I have a conversation that he'll be reading a report, and that report meant so much that it'll be in the middle of the night he is still thinking about the report. And in the morning, he thought, maybe this is how we could tackle it. That's commitment. That is a dedication to public services that is so precious for this city. To be able to say, I'm in it, and it's my responsibility to deliver the best services to the public. Will, on behalf of City Council and the people of Toronto, thank you. I know all your staff that works with you will miss you. We know you're looking forward to return to Vancouver, where you don't have to look at that, 60 centimeter of snowstorm in one day? And you will be reconnecting with your friends and family, and to spend more time doing what you love. Kayaking, hiking, skiing, cycling, and traveling. I know I'll be jealous. Many of you are too. Enjoy those wonderful activities, and it is so well earned. We wish you all the best in this next chapter. Congratulations, Will.
Now I would like to invite Will Johnson, Deputy City Manager. Infrastructure. And why is everybody going to Vancouver? So did Yulee go to Vancouver. A lot of people are going to Vancouver. What's going on in BC?
Great city.
Okay.
Speaker Nunziata, had I known I was going to be the deputy city clerk, I might have stayed. But it's too late. So thank you, Mayor Chow, and thank you for your kind words today. I would like to start by thanking Mayor Chow and Council for their support over the years while I carried out my various roles here at the City of Toronto, and for providing me with this opportunity to speak with Council, the City leadership, and the many others who have taken time out of their busy day to join us this afternoon. Mayor Chow, Speaker Nunziata, Council, your unwavering dedication to the City of Toronto is not only hard work, it is important work. Through your work, you make a difference to the lives of many, and you help to make Toronto the great city that it is. Every day, you make difficult decisions that impact Torontonians, and this is something you do with great thought and vision. The decisions you make not only address the challenges we face today, they impact and shape the future of our city. To the members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, including our past chair, MP Jennifer McKelvey, and our current chair and co-chair, Councillor Fletcher and Deputy Mayor Cole, I want to thank you for the support you have given me, our infrastructure services team, and the many more as you consider our reports, our recommendations, and listen to the views of many speakers. I would like to thank our city manager, Paul Johnson, for giving me the opportunity to serve as one of his deputy city managers. Thank you, Paul, for your trust and confidence in me. Thank you for your support and your leadership to the public service as you carry out a challenging role with such professionalism. To the deputy city managers I have worked with in the past, John Livy, Tracy Cook, thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your support and believing in me. To my colleagues at the senior leadership table, Jag, Denise, Kate, David, Steve, Wendy, Jean, Darlene, Mary, Toby, thank you so much for your support and being such great colleagues. To my senior management team, Andrew, Annalisa, Ashley, Derek, Gotti, Jen, Lou, Matt, and those that have retired ahead of me, Michael DeAndrea, Judy C., Carlton Grant, Barbara Gray, please know that your support from the day I stepped into my DCM role has never gone unnoticed. While carrying out your roles, you continuously demonstrate a strong commitment to the city, your teams, and the work that you do. You're all experts in my mind, in your field, great leaders who care deeply about this city and the people in it. To my staff in the Deputy City Manager's office, Jill, Asari, Celeste, Rahima, Doris, as well as in the past, Elaine Hung, Karen Simmons, Paul Hopkins, thank you for your support and patience as you did your very best to keep me organized over the years. Not an easy task. To all of CLT, the staff within Infrastructure Services, and the entire public service, staff across the entire public service, thank you for your support and the work that you do each and every day. Your work keeps the city moving, ensures affordable housing is built, delivers top-notch services, and much, much more. I would be remiss without taking this opportunity to also acknowledge and thank the Toronto Building team, where I started my career. Started my career here, actually. Starting work here came with the challenges of joining an organization where I knew no one and no one knew me. You made me not only feel welcomed, you made me feel like I joined a family. So thank you. And please know that I'm incredibly proud of you and the work that you do. There's one more person I want to acknowledge for hiring me and supporting me when I joined the city, Anne Barua. While Anne is no longer with us today, she deserves much credit for the way she helped to shape Toronto Building. And on a personal note, I want to acknowledge and thank my own family, who because of distance could not be here today. I want to thank them for the support and their understanding for the many times I could not join them since moving here. Over my nearly 20 years or 28 years of public service, I can honestly say that I feel only pride and gratitude for the opportunities that I've had working in two amazing cities, Vancouver and now finishing up here in Toronto. While I'm proud of everything we have achieved in advancing many complex and at times challenging city priorities, none of this could have been done without all of our hardworking staff. No matter where I was working, I was always committed to giving the people I worked with the support and tools they needed to be the very best that they could be. I truly believe that this approach helped us achieve great results. So to all of the staff, please know that you are the center of our work. Thank you. While it's hard to say goodbye, please know that I take comfort in knowing I had the opportunity to work alongside of so many talented people, while at the same time learning lots, developing strong friendships, and I'm very grateful and honored for having the opportunity to play a role in helping to shape this incredible city. As for what's next, I'm looking forward to joining family and friends in Vancouver, having a bit of a rest, and doing all the things that I love doing on Canada's West Coast. So thank you.
I'm from BC. Okay, I believe that Councillor Mantis, you want 40 seconds, right, to say something, right?
About a minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we recognize the 205th anniversary of Greek independence, a moment to honor the heroes, known and unknown, who fought for freedom. Their struggle was grounded in enduring values, democracy, faith, family, and liberty. Like all wars, independence came at a great cost. Lives were lost, communities were devastated, and a nation was left to rebuild. Yet through sacrifice, a new Greece emerged. Eleftheria y thanatos, freedom or death, was the call that defined that generation. Today, those same ideals continue to guide us. Here in Toronto, they are reflected in the diverse, democratic, and inclusive city we are proud to call home. These values remain as important as ever. They challenge us to build a stronger society, one that supports our families and creates opportunities for future generations. Με πίστη στις αξίες μας και ενότητα μπορούμε να προχωρήσουμε μπροστά και να τιμήσουμε την κληρονομιά των προγόνων μας. Long live Greece, long live Canada, long live 1821. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, members, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. I believe we do have 18 members, so if we can put the motions on the screen. Councillor Matlow, you have a few. Okay. Do you see it?
Oh, yes, I do now.
Okay.
I'm moving a motion to support interim uses on vacant development sites. This matter is considered urgent as it requests urgent action to address the immediate classification issue facing the Yonge and Rosehill site, given the longer timeline and resources required to operationalize programmatic solutions.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Next one. You've been busy, Councillor Matlow.
I've been very busy.
There you go.
So the next one is amending IE 25.6, redesign study of intersection of Eglinton Avenue West and Allen Road Expressway. This matter is considered urgent because of safety concerns due to heavy traffic on residential streets without sidewalks.
On favor, carried. Okay, you have two more.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, there it is.
The next one is amending item 2023 T6.18 -1404 14 to 1428 Yonge Street rental housing demolition application decision report approval. And the reason for urgency is this matter is considered urgent as the project is proceeding to construction.
On favor, carried.
Thank you, Shelley.
Next one.
This one is a motion to reopen and amend T 24.12 to 21 to 25 Imperial Street zoning bylaw amendment decision report approval. Reason for urgency is this matter is considered urgent as this project is proceeding to construction.
On favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, can you just introduce, you second my motion, and it's my motion, if you can introduce it for me, please. There you go.
Urgent notice of motion about the local appeal board that I have seconded for the speaker.
On favor, carried. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you. This is with respect to 221 Donley Drive, and this is a request for the city solicitor to attend at the local T-Lab, and it is urgent as we need to have the city solicitor require instructions to obtain party status in this appeal.
On favor, carried. That's it? Okay. Members, I will now take the release of polls. As clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Can we just clear the screen for a minute? Members, do you have any releases, please? Any releases? Okay, Councillor Cole.
This is a technical amendment to something we already had a quick release on.
I've been told by our staff that I have to make another amendment. So that's PH.
Well, which item? Which item?
PH, I'm trying. PH 28.4. I have to reopen and then release and then go back to you.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
PH 28.4, Lawrence Heights Revitalization Phase 2.
Okay, so you have to reopen it.
Reopen.
Okay.
Please.
For the reopening, on favor, carried. And what's the amendment?
And I think clerk has the technical amendment as
Okay, there it is. Okay, just give us a moment.
I've got it up on the screen here, right? We have it on our screen.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Any further releases? Councillor Moyes.
It's not with release, Madam Speaker, it's a withdrawal of MM 39.25.
Oh, we're not at the members' motion.
I was told I could withdraw it now.
Oh. MM.
I know. The intent of this motion was actually to put the best.
Hold on. MM 3925, amending the composition of the Board of Health.
Yeah, the intent was to actually look out for the best interest of the Board of Health. That was the intention, but I'm going to withdraw it.
Okay, so you're going to withdraw that. Fine. On favor, carried. Any further releases? Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. I can release TE 29.51 Euclid Avenue traffic calming turn restrictions.
I'm sorry, that was TE
29.51.
Okay.
Euclid Avenue traffic calming
okay.
turn restrictions. Thank you.
On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any? Do you have another one, Councillor Sachs?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Anybody? Quick releases? Before the recess, Council was considering the Mayor's first key matter, EX 2914, and we will now return to that item. All right. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And on the item that we were discussing before lunch, cracking down on bad landlords, and this is something that, as we have heard in this chamber and we hear every single day, is a situation and experience that people are grappling with right across our city. And as we've also heard in this chamber, some of the most extreme cases of this without having the tools or the accountability to have that addressed for tenants and for residents. And this hits hard and it hits home for me in Spadina, Fort York, where more than half of the residents in my ward are renters. And it has been a priority for me, I know for our council, and for every opportunity that we have, from our budget to our debates, to ensure that we are making lives better for renters and for tenants in our city. Through investments in RentSafe and through investments in EPIC, through our expansion of the multi-unit residential acquisition program, incentives for building rental housing. We have been working with every tool that we have to make rental housing, the experience of tenants and renters, a better one in Toronto. And this in front of us is another step. It's our next step in this work to make sure that people who rent their homes are able to do it safely and even enjoyably and as part of their community. and to better coordinate our own actions as a city to make sure that people's homes are safe. That is really at the core of what we are working to continue to advance here, and to take action to make sure that landlords aren't able to ignore these orders over and over and over again. And when the city comes with a notice, that we can count on the action that is required to remedy the situation. I'm happy to support this motion and to know that it will make a meaningful difference in the lives of Torontonians and lives of residents in our downtown in Spadina, Fort York, and also send a very clear message that if you operate in Toronto as a landlord, there are expectations on you that we are looking and expecting you to meet. Thank you.
Thank you. What happened? Councillor Fletcher's name just came off the screen. Oh, you took it off. Okay. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. And this is just an extension of my questions on council floor. We still need a moment, or?
Ready with your motion?
Oh,
yet.
okay. Thanks.
Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Mayor for prioritizing this work before us and all city staff towards the coordination of this table and action plan. I want to convey three ideas, three messages. One, of coordination. One, experience we had in our ward when we convened a working group to address our multi-tenant housing. Our ward has the most illegal multi-tenant housing residences in the city. We noticed the value of coordination, which didn't exist previously. So as we convene this, I want to underscore the tremendous value that comes out of coordination and how that is communicated to the bad landlords and to tenants. That work is getting done. So I think there's a lot of work before us and before the table that's being convened. I think in many examples across the city in my last 2 years is great work is being done, but often or sometimes in silos. And when that's coordinated in an effective way, a lot of good can be done. And to the second point, how it's communicated is tremendously significant. Particularly in my first year, there were multiple experiences with rent-safe and actioning remedial actions. And having that communicated to tenants is of tremendous value. I think what reflecting on those experiences 2 years ago in 2024 tells me that tenants, as we've heard from other members today, is that they're looking for timely action. And I think that's the last message I'd like to share and leave with staff is that tenants are looking for timely action to see these hopes fulfilled. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are we ready with Councillor Cheng's motion? Okay, the mayor is going to be the last speaker, so if anybody wants to speak, please speak now. Councillor Fletcher, you're ready? Okay, go ahead.
Speak now or forever hold your peace. Did you say
Well,
that?
it's just that the mayor is going to be the last speaker, so I'm going to shut the list off. Okay.
I just want to say that how happy I am to see the very strong action by this mayor around tenants. I said that the other night when we were at an acorn gathering here at City Hall. But in putting all of the activities, all of the initiatives together, it's really quite amazing leadership. And on behalf of all the tenants, and the tenants in particular at Dawes Road, Mayor, I just want to thank you on their behalf in this city, because you've made incredible strides. Unlike, actually, I did hearken back to when David Miller first introduced, it was called MRAB, multi-residential apartment, where it was the original rent safe, where apartments would be looked at. And under your leadership, we've taken that to a very new place. So I don't want to miss this opportunity to say that. I also just want to talk about Dawes Road, because I've known about Dawes Road for so long. Councillor Davis dealt with Dawes Road for many, many, many years. Into Dawes Road, orders for Dawes Road, helping tenants in Dawes Road. But at the end of the day, many things were not done because the powers weren't there. And then you came along, Councillor Bradford, that's however many, 7 years ago. Dawes Road, still not fixed, still not done. But this activity, this initiative from the mayor means that in locations like this, which everybody knows, when you say 500 Dawes Road, everybody knows about 500 Dawes Road. But it's taken Mayor Chow to bring the hammer down and say, this is not how tenants will be treated, and we will find a way, using all of our powers, to move quickly and fix things and fix them outside of waiting for that landlord. I'm not sure that I would characterize the landlord in quite the way you did this morning, Councillor Bradford, and I'm glad that in the council chambers, I think we have what's that called, immunity, because other than that, you might be in a, somebody might complain. But this is not a landlord that's well known for good treatment of tenants. We know that. Very challenging. And as Mr. Katz said this morning, people that know the loopholes and think, I can get away with that, well, I'm not going to do that, and get in a cat and mouse game. Well, guess what? The cat is here. The cat is dealing with that. And Mayor Chow, you are that cat. There's no more cat and mouse, the mouse running around, the cat chasing. The cat's here, the cat's in charge, the cat's making change, and it's really an important thing for tenants across our very city. Thank you very much for that initiative.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Cheng, and then the mayor will be the last speaker. Councillor Cheng, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions that are just based on community feedback and the conversation that we had during question. The first one is to request that a consultation happen with the tenant advocacy organizations in the process of building this portal that they're working on, and to also conduct user experience consultations with tenants and advocacy organizations once the portal is completed. The second one is about looking at if we're able to require landlords to provide tenants with notice when their building is going to Property Standards Committee, because I've been told a lot of tenants have no idea when their building is going to be coming to the committee and therefore don't know that they can actually submit comments. So I think both of these are just trying to strengthen the voice of tenants, which is so important in this. And I do note that, you know, I looked into the portal, and one of the buildings in my neighborhood is 23% rating in the Rent Safe TO portal, and I'm surprised I haven't heard from any of these tenants. So I think they're just so disempowered, and I would encourage my fellow councillors to go to Rent Safe TO and take a browse around your neighborhood, because many of these are racialized community members, non-English speakers, and they probably don't know their rights. So we can do our part by just being a little proactive to ensure that our community members are supported. So thank you for this important work, and I do look forward to how we can build that one-stop shop where tenants can go to the City of Toronto website and easily find the standing of their building and easily find how they can be empowered to make complaints and to make sure that enforcement is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Prutz, you put your name up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple of things, but I think you have some questions of the mover, no? I saw questions of the mover there, but no? Oh, okay, okay. Sir, I'm happy to say a couple of words on this, and I really was inspired by Councillor Fletcher here behind me, and I just wanted to basically put back on the rails, you know, how we got here, and I'm really glad that the mayor today is kind of taking the reins to this and moving it forward. But as many of you will recall, back in 2006, 2007, tenants, for example, you know, had no real recourse, right? They had the same recourse that every other resident in the City of Toronto has. If they had a complaint, they could call and complain to our city bylaw, and then a bylaw officer would be dispatched to basically go out and review the complaint. The garage door doesn't work downstairs, right? So the bylaw officer would go take a look at the garage door, and yep, the garage door doesn't work, and then issue an order against the landlord to say, hey, the garage door doesn't work. But looked at nothing else. If he, along the way, you know, passed a door, a front door to the building that didn't work, or whose locking mechanism didn't work, that's not what he wrote up, because that's not what he or she was there to do. So we, as a council, undertook to change that. I remember I wanted a system called landlord licensing. And back then, I forget who was the licensing person here. I think it was, what was his name there? Okay, the name will come to me as I move on. But similar to what they have in California, for example. You know, California, if you have a landlord that's not doing repairs or whose building is in disrepair, you know, the city and state actually have the ability to go in and say, you know what, we need to withhold some funds here, go in and do these repairs, and then basically deal with it that way. You know, a licensing system. But we were told by Monsieur Hart back then that we didn't have the authority to do that, so we launched what was called MRAB, right? The Multi-Residential Audit Program, where we pilfered a few staff folks, cobbled together a unit of 9 or 10 folks who were then able to, on a complaint basis, those folks would go out and do an audit of a building. And that started us along the way to what I believe made a bad situation, somewhat better. And then BRAB finally evolved into rent-safe. Why? I know that Councillor Holyday is eager to answer that question on why that happened. But I'll take it for him, and I'll try to answer that question, giving the answer that Councillor Holyday wouldn't otherwise give, because his answer would be far better than mine. But here's what happened. So we go out and we do all these audits of all these buildings and write up all these deficiencies and so on, list them on a website, make it available to the public, let everybody know, and then go away and not do anything about it. So, and thank goodness that most landlords are decent landlords and they go out and they do their own repairs. But for those who refuse to act on things, you just have a long list of complaints and deficiencies upon which nobody is doing anything about. And hence rent-safe, the licenses. But even the licenses don't get us far enough in terms of, getting the bad landlords, given now that most of the system is opened up to market rents and market bids and market rates, there still, are some landlords out there that refuse to, to make their buildings livable, at least to very minimum standards. And we have some very minimum standards. But I'm glad that the mayor today is cobbling together all of that stuff and moving that forward, where the City of Toronto, through its appropriate officials, can enforce standards for people into a more livable place.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Chow.
I have a series of motions. May I trouble the clerk to put it on the screen? This is truly a collaborative effort, because listening to everyone's contribution, experience from your constituents, and suggestions you have, I have put all of this with the support of the city staff, of course, and legal, and made all these amendments. So take your time to take a look at it. Why are we doing it? Imagine you live in a building 15 years, or even 30 years, 40 years. You grew up there. You spend your life there. Your community is there. You shop there. Or your kids grew up. They wouldn't know any other neighborhood. That's where their school is, where their friends are. And then all of a sudden, your heat gets turned off from time to time, even in coldest nights. Or your hot water is not working, or there's bed bugs everywhere. What do you do? What do? You call 311, you call up your counselor, and hoping that City Hall have your back. When I first came to here as a mayor, I thought that, and I heard that there wasn't enough rent-safe officer. We have a good program. So in the 2024 budget, all of us said, let us hire more rent-safe officers so we can do more inspection. We did that. By now, we have 73 rent-safe officers. We have doubled the number of officers inspecting homes, okay, to keep people safe, because there's a big rise of people needing help. But actually, it's not just that. Having inspector inspect and then nothing happens is not going to work. Most of the landlords, when the city is involved, they said, okay, let's go and fix it. But there are always landlords that don't want to do that. And all of you have experienced by what you're describing and how you're asking the question. You have described a situation where the $600, these folks living there have experienced for many, many years, almost decades. They've been pushed. They have been, their common area doesn't work. There's bugs everywhere. I went to visit it and I thought, oh my God, how could anyone live in that kind of situation? And we have to take action. So yes, the officers have gone in many times. They have taken the landlord to court. The landlord always lose. They lost many times, and then the appeal period is now over, which means that we can move in, and that is exactly what we are doing. We're not going to tolerate any slum landlords. So we're moving in, their inspectors have notified everyone, and the kind of remedial action is taking place now. And some of the, I don't think he's here anymore, the Tenants Association, the president was here, Ryan. He said, he's breathing a sigh of relief. He's finally seeing action. The motions in front of you have several components. Yes, we're taking action, and many of you talked about coordination. It needs to be coordinated. The fire department, the building, the medical officer of health, MLS, they need to be coordinated because The charges is not just from MLS. The fire and other departments are coming in, and these charges needs to be coordinated, which is why we said, why don't we have the Housing Secretariat coordinate all of it? There needs to be a database so people know what is happening in this building. And let me tell you, talking to a police officer, and they said that sometimes we go into these buildings, we have no idea. The balcony is not very safe. We would like to know what is happening in this building. Right now, they have no access. They only know what the person may or may not have criminal record, but they also want to know what's the history of this building. So having a centralized database so people, people that work for us have some access to it, and so that it's transparent, is very helpful. One other piece that is coming is that transparency matters, and I'll finish by saying that we need to let the tenants know that once they made a complaint to 311, how long does it take for the inspector to come? What will happen if the landlord will not do what needs to be done? What is the next step? We have a work order going in. When will it go to court? How long does it take? And how long is the appeal period? And when will the City of Toronto move in for remedial action? All of it is going to be laid out so that the tenants themselves have the peace of mind that City Hall really have our back and that my home will be safe and secure. So those are all the motions that are in front of you, and I hope for your support.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday.
I've actually got a couple now. Some of them are general to the mayor, and one of them is about the motion on recommendation 4. Mayor, you've changed some words around in the motion, number 4, which appear to me to change the scope of it. So you moved the part that talked about the database of vendors and resources available to the city. It is now proceeds through Toronto Community Housing and QP 416. Do I understand this, that you've narrowed the palette of places that the city can go to obtain these services to just those that are available to TCHC and 416?
No, absolutely not. It would be available to any contractors that are available. 416 are there mentioned. We are amending it to all our different labor unions. I'm moving that as an amendment, thank you, so that it's not just 416. They did some coordination a few years ago when Toronto Community Housing needed a lot of repair. So 416 then called on other unions, LAUNA, for example, to do a lot of buildings. Our building trades, they came together and said, we need to give the city a hand, so they all came together and provided support.
So is your intent to ensure that the City of Toronto can recover from the owner of 500 Dawes Road and any future buildings that fall under this coordination effort, all of the costs that the city incurs to remediate the issues? In other words, this is at no cost to the taxpayer. It's a pass-through. Is that correct? Do I understand that? Do I have your assurance?
It's 100% correct. Okay. Let me read to you City of Toronto Act 2006, Chapter 11, Section A, it's Section 386. So remember this Section 386 under remedial action number 1, that if the city has the authority under this or any other act or under a bylaw under this or any other act to direct or require a person to do a matter of things, the city may also provide that in default of it being done by the person directed or required to do so, the matter of thing to be done at the person's expenses, meaning that you can take remedial action. And then on recommendation 3 in there is that the city may recover the cost of doing a matter or thing under subsection 1 from the person directed or required to do it by action or by adding the cost to the tax roll and collecting them in the same manner as property taxes. On top of that, we can lien for cost. The cost, including interest, calculated at a rate of 15%, or such lesser rate as may be determined by the city. calculating in the period so we can recover costs and put in a surcharge. I'm not done yet because since you ask, it includes interest, has to be paid in full. If they don't pay, guess what? Item 5, the amount of the cost, including interest, constitutes a lien on the land upon the registration in the proper land registry office of a source of a notice of lien, which means the landlord, not only that we're going to fix it, we're going to have them pay in their property taxes, we're going to charge interest, and we're asking them to pay a surcharge of 15% or more. And if they don't do it, we'll put a lien in their property. So there's no escape that we will shut down slum landlord because we are the City of Toronto, we are the government.
Okay, great.
Do you have
So
another question,
I
Councillor
do.
Holiday?
So just making sure that I'm really clear on the new version of number 4, this still allows the city to either outsource or insource the remediation in the building and charge it back to the landlord. That's what it says in plain language.
Yep.
There's no restrictions. It's just the, Mayor, I hope
get
you
it done.
appreciate that the language is very complex, and I want to make sure I understand it, so thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. It just means let's get it done and as quickly as possible and charge the landlord.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. We're ready to vote. Councillor Holiday?
Yeah, it's a simple point of order. If it could be order in the chamber, and I could let you know. Item number 7 of the supplemental report deals with an ask of the Ontario government, and that is specifically about some of their policies, and I would like to vote on that particular item separately, because that is about vacancy control legislation, which I've not supported in the past.
Thank you. All right, let's put the... We have clarification. Sure, okay. Yeah, so part 7 of the mayor's motion 3, correct, Councillor Holiday? B. Okay, thanks. Yeah, just give us a moment. Okay, we have Councillor Holiday's motion first. We can put it on the screen. There it is on the screen. Okay. On favor? Carried. Mayor's 3A? On favor? Carried. Councillor Cheng's motion? Motion 2, on favor? Carried. Yes, so part 7 separately. Okay. You did a recorded vote on that, Councillor Holiday? Okay, recorded vote. Yeah, let's put it up. Okay. Okay, there it is. Okay. Number 7 of the mayor's motion, which is highlighted, recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Part 7 of motion 3B carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay, item is amended. Okay, the balance of motion 3B by the mayor on favor, carried. Item is amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Prudsa and Councillor Cheng, please. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 25-1.
Yes, Councillor Holiday.
So in 12 years, this is the second time I've done this. That was an error, and I'd like to vote in support of the item.
Okay, motion.
I've used my tokens.
Motion to reopen on favor. Okay, recorded vote.
Maybe I should show Stephen where the green button is.
Sorry about that.
Because Councillor Holiday, it didn't make sense what you were doing because you asked for a separate vote on the other one and then voted no.
Speaker, you're right. It's already been a long day, and I did say I was in support of it. So.
Okay, recorded vote.
The revote on the item as amended carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
We completed one item today so far. The next item is the mayor's second key item, which is MM 3959. Toronto must have a say. Questions? Deb, do we have staff here to answer the questions? I don't know. Councillor Perks?
Yes, I just wanted to say a word about Mr. Stonehouse. Now, he asked that we not do this, but in typical fashion, we're going to ignore advice from staff. I just wanted to thank David for his long contribution to the City of Toronto. Today's his last meeting. And we're not going to let him speak. But just a quick glance through some of the highlights of the work that David's done here at the City of Toronto. Of course, many of us, well, not many of us, some of us are old enough to remember the work to bring back the dawn. And when you think about where we were then and where we are now, this is one of the truly transformational things that's happened in the City of Toronto in our lifetime. And David's been a key figure in that work. As director of the Waterfront Secretariat, David's also done work on the Portland's flood protection, the planning framework there. He was quite helpful with Sidewalk Labs in Quayside, the Gardner East Environmental Assessment, the Waterfront East Transit, Evergreen Brickworks, Evergreen Common Grounds, of course, Bring Back the Dawn, and his favorite file of all, which is relevant to us, he worked on the tripartite agreement for Billy Bishop Airport. So thank you for that work, David. We appreciate it very much, and we wish you all the best in the next part of your journey.
Okay, questions to staff. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And on that note, I'm going to start by asking a question about the tripartite agreement. Can you share who the signatories are to the tripartite agreement?
Through the Speaker, the signatories are the Government of Canada through Transport Canada, the City of Toronto, and the Toronto Port Authority.
And for how long have those been the parties to the tripartite agreement?
Through the Speaker, thank you for the question. The tripartite agreement has existed since 1983.
Thank you. And how many times has the tripartite agreement been successfully amended through agreement and negotiation by these three parties?
Through the Speaker, twice. Once in relation to the tunnel and the approvals that were required for the tunnel, and once more recently with respect to the runway and safety areas initiative that was before Council in October of 2024.
And that all requires incredibly close working relationship and collaboration. On that note, is it fair to say that you work closely with provincial staff on a number of issues related to the waterfront?
Through the Speaker, that is true. We work very closely, in particular, with staff of Infrastructure Canada, with the Ontario Ministry of Infrastructure, but we have relationships with numerous other ministries as well on a range of files, starting with waterfront realization, the centerpiece, but then also many related projects.
And can you share what you have heard from provincial staff in relation to the Premier's most recent announcement related to our waterfront and the island airport?
Through the Speaker, we don't have a lot of detail to share. We haven't received a lot of detail beyond what was announced on Monday morning at 9. We watched the media event, and there isn't additional detail. We understand that there will be additional detail forthcoming as legislation is introduced, but that's all we have to work with at present.
Okay. So what you have heard, even though the work is very closely engaged with, as you described, is like the rest of us through the media?
Through the Speaker, yes, that is correct.
So for over 25 years, the city has worked with both the provincial and the federal governments on revitalizing the waterfront, including an announcement last year on the next phase of that collaborative tri-government work. Can you share some of the priorities that were outlined in that agreement and the investments committed to by all three levels of government as part of a shared vision?
Through the Speaker, the first version of waterfront revitalization was largely about the West Don Lands and a bit into the East Bay front. The second tranche was related to Portland's flood protection and what we now call Badasagay Park. And the most recent announcement in the first quarter of last year was about the first mixed-use communities on Aquemon-Minising, the new island, and in terms of finishing Quayside Phase 1 and related initiatives.
So the priorities are related to housing, public realm, access to the water, environmental sustainability, development and growth. Are those the priorities?
Through the Speaker, yes. Housing, obviously, infrastructure to support new housing, including transit, environmental remediation, soil cleaning, and public realm to activate the waterfront and to support new redevelopment.
And driven by a commitment to economic growth and well-being along waterfront, a gem in our city, in our province, in our country.
Through the Speaker, fundamentally, yes. And you know, the waterfront is one of the most significant areas of growth in the city. There are others citywide, but the waterfront is always of interest to investors, and it has been an important focus of investment for the three levels of government.
And to do it well and sustainably is a characteristic of the way that three governments have worked, is what I'm hearing.
Through the Speaker, the work that is undertaken, principally by Waterfront Toronto, but not exclusively by Waterfront Toronto, city staff are very involved in a hands-on way, is very complex.
So I'll just move to my last question.
Last question.
So is the province's move, and I guess its intention, to use expropriation powers in the way that it is consistent with the collaborative way that we have advanced waterfront revitalization in the past and even right now?
Through the Speaker, I would say that the tools that are proposed to be used are a departure. They have been used in relation to the Ontario Place project, but they haven't been the tools used in revitalizing areas such as the West Don Lands, the East Bay Front, and the Portlands.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions.
Thank you. I'm just going to review a couple of things. It's a little hard to hear, but the tripartite agreement has been in effect for 25 years. Did I hear that properly?
Since 1983.
Okay. How many years is that? 43.
42.
Thank you for the math experts here. 43. And the signatories are City, Federal Government, and Transport Canada.
No. Through the Speaker, Transport Canada is the federal government's representative, and so then the third party is the Toronto Port Authority.
So Toronto Port Authority, Transport Canada, and the City of Toronto. And Transport Canada, they are the federal government's representative, but it is still the federal government.
Correct.
They have named Transport Canada, but the whoever that is still a federal government responsibility.
Through the
And-
Speaker, that is correct.
And as well, the Port Authority is an agency. It's not as direct a line. There's a Minister of Transportation, but he reports to the Prime Minister and the caucus, whereas the Port Authority does not. Correct?
That is correct. The Port Authority is
Agency of the federal government.
an agency of the federal government.
And there is, so just to be really clear in that tripartite agreement, that has the federal government, has the Prime Minister, has the government said to the city, we are ready to change in any formal way. Do we have any formal communication from the federal government that they are now going to agree to change the tripartite agreement and not have the city as part of it?
Through the Speaker, no, there has been no formal communication.
So we have no formal message. There may have been somebody spoke in the media, but in a tripartite agreement, would you not have to, what would the steps be to say, we're no longer your partner? There must be some formality about dissolving it and something legal about somebody taking the city's place in the agreement. And I think that's a question our legal counsel.
I would suggest that the provincial government could assume responsibility for the agreement through legislation, but the federal government would not have to accept the amendment to the contract. That's a very high-level response because we don't have anything concrete before us today.
So I just want to reiterate what I heard you say and be helpful and clear. The provincial government, using their extreme bludgeoning of the city, which happens pretty rare. Sorry, you can't comment.
I don't
the
believe
provincial
I said
government
no.
could undertake its role in expropriating the city's property and saying, we're going to be part of the tripartite agreement, but the federal government does not have to accept that the province is a signatory there.
Without looking at the agreement,
I'm sorry,
I would say without looking at the agreement, I would say that's an issue to be followed up on because there might be some language in there about successors.
And have we not looked at
But I
that
wouldn't
agreement
assume.
to understand about successor? Who's looked at that? Maybe we should have a little more information on that. When can we get that?
We could have a look at that.
The short answer is no, the federal government does not have to agree to change the agreement. Federal government's a federal government.
Sorry, I think the short answer is there's 3 signatories. Somebody says, I'm now the new signatory. The other signatories, I believe, may have to say, yes, I'm agreeing.
That is a distinct possibility. Yes.
Distinct possibility. I've heard that. Distinct possibility. And then there is another tripartite group. It's called Waterfront Toronto. And it is the city, it is the federal government, and it is the provincial government. That's correct, right? And that's in statute, but it's an Ontario government statute. Right?
Through the Speaker, Waterfront Toronto is established through provincial legislation.
Thank you. Now, I have a bunch of things up here. This is a planning matter. I have CC 39.12, Oakwomen Minising, Ontario Land Tribunal. I have 402-440 Unwin Avenue, official plan in the Portlands. I have 115 Salter Street South in the Portlands. I'd like to know how a change that is being discussed. How are we going to determine at the OLT or in planning that a change to the island airport and the flight path may affect development applications or the actual application that these developers have at the Ontario Land Tribunal?
That was your last question.
Madam Speaker, that is certainly something that we will want to look at.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. Is the province proceeding using the Provincial Expropriation Act?
Through the Speaker, the announcement made on Monday was that the province would be introducing special legislation so using a unique piece of legislation that would provide it with the powers to assume the city's interest in the tripartite agreement.
And, I mean, it's my understanding under the Expropriation Act, you usually compensate through fair market value. You don't just take the land, you compensate the former landowner. Is that?
Through the speaker, yes, that is correct. And the announcement included a statement that fair market compensation would be part of the new legislation that would be introduced in the coming days and weeks.
So the ownership of the airport is complicated. The terminal itself is owned by Newport Aviation Infrastructure Partners. TRCA owns some lands in there, and then there's other private entities using it. Of course, the City of Toronto is a property owner.
Yeah, James, talk to the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Pearls of wisdom, man.
I'm sorry. I will speak clear. So the parcel of land that people call Billy Bishop is a complicated ownership piece of property. You've got this Newport Aviation Infrastructure Partners that owns the terminal. You've got City of Toronto lands. You've got TRCA lands. And then you've got all these stakeholders, Transport Canada, and you've got Airlines, Air Canada, Porter. Isn't this too messy to do in one clean sweep of legislation that it could end up in the courts for? Isn't this sounds like not a simple thing, in other words. It's the ownership is too complicated. There's too many powers. Who are they really expropriating from?
Councillor Pasternak, can you please speak in your mic? Because, yeah.
Okay, did you hear me?
Yeah, but you don't have to look at him.
I don't understand. He can hear me, but nobody else can hear me.
No, but you have your back against us.
Well, I'm trying to face the staff.
You don't have to face.
Okay, so you got the gist of the question. It's complicated ownership there. And is this so easy to do with one sweeping piece of legislation to expropriate the lands? Who are they expropriating it from?
So through the speaker, my understanding related to the announcement that was made on Monday was that the city or the province would be assuming the city's interest in the land that the city has at the airport, which on the island side is approximately 20% of the overall airport. And there may be other lands involved as well. So the Transport Canada would continue to own land, and the Port Authority would continue to own its land.
So this has to be done in chunks if they want to own the whole thing. The terminal, the runways, the fuel depots.
Through the speaker, it's not clear that they're interested in owning the whole thing. It's only clear that they're interested in owning the city's portion of the airport.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you're next to ask questions.
I'd like to open a point of order, please, first.
Okay, go ahead.
Speaker, I just heard the answer from Mr. Stonehouse in which he said that there's no expropriation contemplated, there's legislation. I would ask you to review proposition number 2 and rule it out of order because A, there is no expropriation, and if there is no expropriation, then it is overly broad and it just says that council opposes any expropriation, because they're all unilateral, by the Government of Canada or the Government of Ontario, and that's a disorderly motion.
We'll review that. Okay, you're next to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. To the staff, can you tell me how many city wards have a flight path from Billy Bishop Airport directly over them? Specifically directly over them.
Through the chair, I would think 2 wards, and then the flight path would extend along the lake, the edge of the lake, further to both the east and the west.
So over the lake. So which are the 2 wards that the airplanes that use Billy Bishop Airport fly over? And how much do they fly? Can you just describe it to us?
Sorry, through the speaker, wards 10 and ward 14. And the flights per year are about 130 flights at present, although there is room or allowance for a considerable higher number of flights per day.
Would it be fair to say that the overflight in those wards is fairly limited? Like, we're talking about the south end of the southernmost extension of the city over the lake, where the glide path comes into the airport, and most of the other flight is actually over the water. Is that a fair understanding of the operation of that airport?
As a general statement, that is a fair statement.
Now, I know this is not waterfront, but it's a general question. How many wards of the city do the flights of Pearson Airport fly over? And I mean, you know, when they're on their final approach. Any guesses?
I'm no expert on Pearson, I will admit, but many more than two.
Many more wards, definitely in Etobicoke and even in North Toronto and North York. And, okay, so what do we know about what a special economic zone is? Because that's what's out there in the media, that this is being declared. Is there a tie to the economic vitality of Toronto, Ontario, Canada, to the success of an airport here?
So through the speaker, so that was very much the content and the tone of the announcement that was made on Monday by the Premier and by his ministers, that there was an economic rationale for the province becoming involved in the Billy Bishop Airport operations. The special economic zone, I'm not an expert on the legislation and how it works, but what was discussed on Monday was, first of all, introducing new legislation to acquire the land, then engagement with Indigenous communities, then the application of the special economic zone.
Madam Speaker, perhaps I can assist. The special economic zone legislation permits the Lieutenant Governor Council to designate a zone through regulation, and the zone has to meet certain criteria. In a nutshell, that means it must be strategically or economically significant.
Okay, strategically or economically significant. There is some very vigorous opposition to changes to the airport, and whether that's growth or otherwise. One of the letters that I saw filed said that, you know, adding jets or expanding the airport, I'm highly paraphrasing here, but, you know, it makes the waterfront area less livable. Could you help me understand how the airport operations would be perceived as making life less livable in the city?
So through the speaker, I mean, I can't speak to the specifics of what people were thinking when they wrote that particular letter, but I think people have expressed concerns around traffic and traffic congestion on the way to and from Billy Bishop Airport. There's quite a lot of congestion there now. Then there's also the use of the harbor for sailing, for canoeing, for other types of boats. There's the potential for jet blast screens and shields if jets are introduced at the airport. There's obviously concerns about noise and emissions from jet aircraft. We often hear about concerns about fuel storage, and then there's the concern that someday.
But people are the introduction of people and traffic seem to be central.
That was your last question.
And to speak to that specifically, like the current number of passengers, annual passengers at the airport this year is about 2 million, and the proposal is to go significantly higher than 2 million over time.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have some questions of the city manager. So part of the announcement seems to be that it might open the path up to jets along the waterfront. And I've been asked by a number of people, what kind of impacts would that have on the city? And I was just wondering if, you know, I imagine you and your staff have talked about this. This has the potential to interfere with some affordable housing projects, potentially.
So, Speaker, there's a few things in the announcement that we'll need to watch carefully. One is the impact on our development, which, of course, we've committed at the waterfront to have a significant amount of affordable housing. So that's where that comes in.
Right.
If it's minor, which we've dealt with in the past, and in fact we're dealing with it now, we can deal with that through massing and through our planning pieces. If it's more major, then it would have an impact. The other two are around transit. In terms of how we move people in and out of there, which we also have from the standpoint of how many people are living there. And then finally, congestion. As Mr. Stonehouse indicated, the volume of people coming to that area, we would need to look at that from a congestion perspective. So those are a few things that do impact city operations and infrastructure.
So those particular pieces of infrastructure and operations that you mentioned, housing generally, affordable housing, transit, transportation, these are things that typically you would expect Toronto City Council to have a voice in.
Yes, you have carriage of many of those items, and as the impact is understood in more detail, you will have to wrestle with those impacts and provide direction as we move forward if it causes any changes to our current plans.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the speakers. Mayor Chow, you want to speak first? Okay, Mayor Chow. Go ahead.
I'll be the last speaker.
I'm off the list and add it on later. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have a motion. And as we wait for the motion to come up, it essentially is about asking our legal staff to provide us advice on what our options are to protect Toronto's public assets and the agreements that we're a part of when it comes to our waterfront and the islands, and frankly, the conversation about the future of our own city. I am, like you, I wake up every day and I hear another announcement from Doug Ford. And these announcements are decisions by fiat. He shut down the Science Center under false pretenses, pretending that the roof was going to imminently collapse, and it's still intact. He closed Ontario Place to do a secret deal to get a private foreign-owned spa. He has ambitions over the exhibition lands. They've actually moved a bill to be able to do what they want there. And now they are cutting Toronto and Torontonians out of the tripartite agreement and want to do a land grab on the island. And I'm well aware of our constitutional restraints. We've been down that road before. But I do believe that we have a responsibility. Frankly, it's only prudent and necessary to look into whatever option we have to ensure that the voices of Torontonians are heard, that they are not cut out of a debate or a conversation about the future of their own city. And Doug Ford needs to understand that leadership is not cutting partners out, making announcements at people rather than with people. And frankly, whether you support jets on the island, you are vehemently against expansion on the island of the airport, or you're like most people in Toronto who just like the island the way it is, that you don't want it to be more like Pearson. You want things done well, and you want to be part of that conversation about your own city. You know, there are some people who are going to be allured by the idea of having more travel destinations from downtown Toronto. Wouldn't it be great to hop on a plane from downtown Toronto and get to Los Angeles? Wouldn't that be nice? But has Doug Ford actually considered the implications of a dramatic expansion of the runway and more infilling into the lake? Has he really thought through the massive blast wall that's going to have to be constructed to accommodate that? Has he thought through the impact on noise downtown? More traffic congestion that is already a problem in the core of our city. Has he considered that because of Line 5 and UP Express, there's even more access now to Pearson for people, and often easier to get there, despite the obstacles, than to get over to the island? If we start expanding this into a major airport rather than the small regional airport that I think most people appreciate, are we going to now exacerbate the already challenging conditions we have downtown and make it difficult for everyone involved? Or will it be the nirvana that Doug Ford is suggesting it will be? But quite frankly, I would rather be on the losing side of a democratic debate than not have a debate allowed at all. I want the voices, the diverse opinions to be heard. I want Torontonians and other residents of Ontario to have an opportunity to be part of the conversation about the future of the waterfront. And ultimately, if we don't take a stand and look into every option that we have, what's going to be the next announcement? Do you realize that the City of Toronto, in many ways, is being put under supervision by stealth, just like the school boards? It's true. You know, bit by bit, step by step, Doug Ford keeps taking away the basic abilities of our city to be a local government. But he's not doing it for the public interest, so who's benefiting? This is a government that is under active investigation for fraud by the RCMP. Who's benefiting from all these announcements? It's not you. It's not your neighbor. It's not Torontonians. It's not anyone else in Ontario, except maybe somebody who's got his ear. That's got to stop. That's got to stop today. So listen, I don't know what advice we're going to get from our city solicitor. They might say that we've got a path forward. They might say that we're out of luck. I don't know. But we're going to do something that Doug Ford doesn't do. We're going to ask questions before we take some dramatic action. We're going to understand what our options are and move forward pragmatically and responsibly, and ultimately take a stand for the people of Toronto.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I did hear you say, Councillor Matlow, doesn't matter how you feel about the airport. You might like the airport, you might hate the airport. What the issue is this overreach by the provincial government, that this is not the way anybody should be doing business with the City of Toronto on our waterfront. Am I clear on that? So we're not saying in order to support this motion that you have to not want Billy Bishop Airport there. It's just got to do with this incredible move, again, by the Ford government on it.
You are crystal clear. I mean, Doug Ford announced that he made a decision based on looking at a poll. But he hasn't talked to anybody. He hasn't been talking to the communities in Toronto or beyond Toronto. So there needs to be an opportunity, even for...
I guess it's not about the poll, if people like it or don't like it. I don't think the poll was, should I use strong powers to do whatever I want in any city in Ontario? I don't think that was the polling question, was it?
I've not seen that polling question, no.
And so within the legal opinion, I did ask the city solicitor earlier about what it would take to change the tripartite agreement, because it is signatories. We are a signatory. Somebody's usurping our role, but do the other signatories have to accept the usurper? And I'm unclear about the legal opinion there. The city solicitor hasn't looked at that. And I'm wondering if you think in your motion that that would be covered, that usurping of our role, and whether or not the Carney government would simply say, sure, we're your partner now, or they'd say, I'm sorry, we don't want to do business in that way.
With the city solicitor in front of us, I'm seeing a nod from her, and I would concur that that is part of the intention of the motion. We have a federal government, we have a provincial government. I think it's fair to say that we would expect both of them to respect the voice of municipalities in this country, and we are three governments working together as partners, and I would expect that both of the other levels of government would respect us at the table as full-fledged partners representing our constituents.
Does it bother you that the Minister of Transportation, perhaps without understanding it very well, said, oh, that seems like a great idea, I mean, people sometimes speak before, you know that, politicians, before they actually do their homework. That bother you?
Politicians do that sometimes.
Clarification of the motion.
I've also heard the minister say that they'd be consulting with all parties. We're certainly one of those parties. The province has not consulted with us, and I think it's very important that all of us work with our
last question.
If I may, just with our
that was your last
with
question.
Our members of Parliament to hope for their support.
Thank you, thank you. That was your last question. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Torontonians deserve a say over our city and our waterfront, and it's that fundamental. It is that basic. It is that simple. People live along our waterfront. Yes, it is home, and we have built tens of thousands of homes there, and people from all over, every part of the city, every part of the globe, flock to the island and to our waterfront all year round to escape city life and to go there as a destination with their families, to enjoy the beaches, to enjoy the parks, yes, to enjoy the water. And as a city, we have worked hard. We have worked so hard, and I know many of you here have worked over many years to keep making it vibrant and sustainable, a place to live and work and learn and visit and enjoy. And for decades, we've worked with our provincial and our federal governments collaboratively for the best outcomes. And yes, of course, that is challenging work. Yes, that does require us to be at the negotiating table, and that is some of the most important work that we do. And together, we've built neighborhoods with thousands of people in them, and we're building even more homes. We've committed to that as a council. We've committed to building communities in the East Waterfront, and yes, in the Portlands as well. And we've built beautiful, award-winning parks and public spaces and community centers, and even strengthened our public services through these efforts. We've invested in local businesses. We've drawn industries to the City of Toronto. We've invested in beloved cultural institutions and schools from kids to college age. And now all our work, all that collective, collaborative, hard work is under threat, and it is at risk. The provincial government's move to forcibly take city land is unacceptable. The province is telling us they don't care what we have to say. They don't care about collaboration, negotiation, or the best outcomes. They don't care to hear what Torontonians have to say. They don't care what you and I have to say. And as a city and as a council, we stand up for the people of Toronto. We stand with Torontonians, and we firmly say, and we demand a seat at the table. We deserve it, and there is no table without us. We've worked together for decades, the city, the Port Authority, and the federal government to operate this airport, this important site, in a way that's safe and aligned with our waterfront vision. Now everything is uncertain. Everything has been put at risk, and we simply cannot take the Premier's word that he somehow has the City of Toronto's interests at heart. We don't know what the impacts will be yet. An undetermined area is being named as a special economic zone, suspending our laws and our zoning, and that should be unacceptable to all of us. Totally at the whims of a premier and a province through proclamations in the media. This is what is really important for me and for all of us, for my colleagues, for us to consider, is that if they take this land at the city, what is next and in whose interest? What important housing projects are going to be interrupted, canceled, backtracked? What is up for grabs next without say from our residents and without your say? I have heard from hundreds of residents, and perhaps you have as well, from my neighborhoods and from around the city, people who love, who frequent, and who visit our waterfront, who know that it belongs to us as Torontonians. It is ours, whether it's Hanlan's Point Beach, the Waterfront Center, George Brown College, or more. Everyone wants the city to do well. We want economic growth. We have demonstrated that through our actions and our commitments.
10 seconds.
A thriving downtown. And everyone I've spoken to has said that they cannot stomach the province taking over and acting unilaterally, by surprise, by force, and refusing to give the city a say.
Thank you.
We don't have any concrete proposals from the province or the federal government, and this motion is simple and fundamental, and I will end on this, Madam Speaker. The people of Toronto and their democratically elected representatives must have a say over the future of our city, and that includes the waterfront. It is our duty, it is our obligation, no matter what part of the city you represent, because this is a city we love. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik and the Mayor, for quickly getting this on. I also appreciate your motion, Councillor Matlow, because I think at the end of the day, it's going to be very important to know how you change the apartheid agreement. It's not the stroke of a pen at the province. It's a much more complicated matter than this. This, of course, is an egregious step by the Ford government. Every time you think they can't do something more, they go ahead and they do that. And on this one, it's the dangly bit. Oh, look at those islanders. There's nobody there. There's hardly any of them. They don't want the jets. There are tens of thousands of people living along the waterfront. Those are the people who we're talking about as far as a waterfront community that has been built for decades, and more applications to come over the next while, including, as you point out, Deputy Mayor, in the Portlands. There are many of thousands and thousands of people who are impacted by this notion, not to mention our whole waterfront development. You know, as I said, if you like the island airport, if you hate the island airport, everybody's got an opinion. But the wrong thing is going about this in this way. And we've already pointed out, we changed the tripartite agreement twice. We've extended the runways. We've gone in and we've allowed the tunnel. And those have been negotiations because our job, yes, it's the economy, but yes, it's the waterfront. It's our city, it's our heritage, it's our area. So I think this is a really important conversation that we're having. I want to read a tweet that the Premier sent out, which is unbelievable. Premier Doug Ford claims the City of Toronto is approving tall condo towers in the Portlands to block jets at the island airport, says Colin DeMello of Global News. Quote, they're doing it on purpose. They want to block the runway, so they're building tall apartments or condos, Ford says. That's not going to happen, he says. That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard in my life. We have applications here, and we've had many of them here at the Ontario Land Tribunal for developers rushing there to get more density. Times when we've said, we really don't want that much density. They say, oh, we're going anyway. We're going to your Ontario Land Tribunal, Premier. We're going to get more density, higher, taller, more money. That's what they do on the waterfront. And to say we're doing that in order to stop jets, well, that's just, I'll use a nice word, baloney. The other thing really is, you know, we fought for our waterfront before with sorry, Speaker, you've gone back to 36 seconds for me.
I know,
I'm happy
I'm
to
trying to
see that.
ask
I really like it, so I'm just going to carry on.
What happened?
You know, Sidewalk Labs was egregious from the federal government. The former Prime Minister signed an order saying, go ahead and do it. And then it got announced at Waterfront Toronto. We spent a long time saying, that is not a lab for Google. That is not a special economic zone. That is an important part of our waterfront, and we're going to defend it and make sure it's done right. Toronto stood up. Now, we seem to have the provincial government doing exactly the same thing on the island airport. they're now saying, we're going to do this, Toronto. Let's understand, it is Toronto. You know, Trump named it the Gulf of America. Is the next step going to be waterfront Ontario? I mean, that would not surprise me because...
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, something happened to your time.
Yes, I know. I still have 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 30
so
seconds. No problem.
No, you have 1 more minute and then your
You know
time's
what,
up.
Speaker? I'm going to take my minute, but I'm going to say not my fault with the clock, right?
I don't know what's happened.
So the fact is, this is not how we do business. We can't do business like this. We are not, we're just not. The next thing you know, he'll send in somebody to take the mayor out, if you know what I mean. This is not Venezuela. You just don't do whatever you want. This is Toronto. We live in a democracy. We have to ask them to respect it, and we have to tell every federal member of parliament, are you going along with this or not in your city? There are 25 members. We can't allow the province to do their business with the city when the federal government basically has an override of their approach. That's what I want to say.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. My initial speech was to remind members of council that some of them have stepped into the wrong room and that they actually belong walking up the street and hanging a left to Queen's Park if they want to go fight with the provincial government, because that's what it sounds like. And, you know, I can show them the webpage where the nomination form is to run in the next election if they have to be an independent. But now I'm really angry about some of the stuff I've heard, because what I see is a city disintegrating and a lack of leadership on all of this. Let's look at some of the unfair treatment. So I heard complaints about, oh, the province is taking land from us. How about when they took the park on Eglinton Avenue in Etobicoke, and this council went, use it for housing, we don't care, let the province take it. But I'll tell you, when they start to take land somewhere else, boy, everyone gets upset and stamps their feet. But I'll tell you, the part that really gets me is when everyone cries alligator tears about how difficult life is going to be on the waterfront. Why don't you come on over to Ward 2 when the flights are running on the south runway? Councillor Crisanti knows what it's like. Councillor Morley knows what it's like. Councillor Pasternak, you know what it's like. Councillor Matlow, because the flights turn on the trombone over North Toronto. Pearson is an incredibly busy airport where the aircraft actually fly over homes. But yet all of a sudden, when it turns to the waterfront, and when there's any prospect of more people coming to an area in the interest of economic development, in the interest of bringing tourism to the city, to having people move around, everyone says, oh my goodness, we can't have this anymore. And this council has decision after decision of bungling the success of that airport. Let's go back to the runway extensions. I'll go further back. We're going to talk about buildings that might be in the way of flight paths. How about when council decided to make the smokestack of the Hearn generating station a historical site? That's right in the flight path. Do you know they actually have a maneuver to go around the smokestack? They actually have a maneuver to go around it. So all the environmentalists that wanted to block that, they can remember about how much more fuel is burned to avoid an obstacle. But I'll tell you, there's this worry about buildings and their height and affordable housing. Buildings are routinely capped in height in Etobicoke because they're within the flight path. Councillor Morley knows this when we were talking about Cloverdale, because we don't want an airplane to run into a building on a dark night. They can't. They only build it so tall. That's a routine thing. You know, we talk about the Eglinton West extension. The whole reason it's there is to connect public transit to Pearson Airport. Yet as a city, suddenly it's a foreign concept if we have to bring people to Billy Bishop Airport. So if you don't understand the economic interest of having a successful international airport, which according to what I saw on the web is 10th in the country, then the problem is not with the policy, the problem is with you. And if you think you need to spend council's time here to go and fight some fight that actually belongs at Queen's Park, then go register as a candidate over there. But what I say is stop treating the downtown part of this city one way and the suburbs another way.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. And I'm not sure if I understood it. I think Councillor Holyday was arguing for taller buildings in Etobicoke, but we'll let that stand. The framing, how you think about this issue is really important. And Councillor Holyday thought about it in one way and some others have thought about it in another. Is this a question of downtown versus suburbs? No. Is this a question of City Council versus the province of Ontario? No. This is a question about whether or not people who live in the City of Toronto have say in how the City of Toronto is built. That's the question. That's the question. We have a strange and remarkable privilege being here as representatives of the people who vote for us. But that's our job. We represent people. And what we've heard from the city manager is that potential impacts of this decision include land use and how much housing gets built, how much affordable housing gets built, how congestion operates in the City of Toronto, how public transit operates in the City of Toronto, and there are others. I think, you know, we could have a good, lively conversation about how tourism and small business works in the City of Toronto and the potential impacts of unilateral decisions being made at the province. But it's important to remember that in each of those domains, each of those areas where we work, we discuss, we represent, there are impacts over which we have no control. In effect, the Premier of Ontario is saying, for parts of the city, all parts of the city in some cases, you cannot elect anybody whose opinion on housing matters. You cannot elect anybody whose opinion on congestion matters. You cannot elect anybody whose opinion on transit matters. Councillor Holyday talked about an upcoming election. There, you know, in a couple of months or a month and a bit, people, probably hundreds of them, are going to start registering to run for Toronto City Council. And they're going to be putting up websites, handing out flyers and saying what it is they're going to fight for if they get elected. And I'm just curious, like, are they going to put a little asterisk? You know, I'm going to fight for affordable housing, asterisk, unless the province says I'm not allowed to. I'm going to fight to reduce congestion, asterisk, unless Doug Ford makes some change that imposes more congestion on your neighborhood. I'm going to fight for better transit, asterisk, unless the province of Ontario changes all the transit planning rules for the City of Toronto, something they've already done multiple times. The issue here is not, as some would have it, whether you like the airport or not, or whether you like Etobicoke more than you like the waterfront, or anything like that. It's a more fundamental question. It's, do the people who live in the City of Toronto have a right to a say in the decisions in the City of Toronto? Are they allowed to elect representatives who actually vote on the future of the city they live in? Do their voices matter? It's not about this council versus Queen's Park. It's not about politicians. It's not about what political party you belong to. It's about whether you believe that local governments have a say in local decision making. That's what the mayor has put in front of us. And while we can disagree about a lot of things, you know, Councillor Holyday, I mentioned you earlier, we disagree about a lot of things. But I hope we can all agree that the people who live in this city get a voice on major decisions about the future of the city, no matter what part of the city those decisions are being taken in. If that's a principle that matters to you, you have to vote yes to the motion that Deputy Mayor Malik and Mayor Chow have put in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. I think there's a number of us in this chamber that appreciate Billy Bishop Airport. We think it matters. We think it adds value to the City of Toronto. You know, and I'd be one of those councillors that recognizes it provides critical economic activity for this city. It connects us to regional and cross-border markets, interprovincial, north-south, around the world. It contributes almost $1 billion in GDP to our economy. And at a time when this city is facing economic headwinds, at a time when we have not seen youth unemployment levels higher than they are today over the past several decades, in a city that is trying to preserve growth and opportunity, I think it's important that we are supporting economic assets like this airport. Now, the motion in front of us is titled, quote, Toronto must have a say in waterfront decisions. But to have a say, you have to be willing to use that voice. You have to be willing to engage. And when the seat at the table is offered, you have to be willing to take it. Because if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And I think that's what we're seeing today. Now, Councillor Holyday alluded to this in his remarks. I want to rewind the clock back to 2024, when this council last discussed the Island Airport. Some of you might recall, I had pushed on Mayor Chow to commit to a long-term future of Billy Bishop. In fact, I asked her, Mayor Chow, does your vision for Toronto of the future include the Billy Bishop Airport? We didn't get a clear answer on it then. I don't think we're going to get a clear answer on it today. But she chose the shortest extension possible on the lease, 12 years, I believe, and decided to punt on starting the discussions around the tripartite agreement. This council actually voted on that. We did that in 2024. So it's a bit disingenuous to say that we haven't had a conversation, we haven't been involved. We actually spent a lot of time and a lot of hot air in this chamber having that very discussion. That's kicking the can down the road. And I would suggest that's not real leadership. And now some of our colleagues are a bit surprised when the provincial and federal governments are moving forward without us. It strikes me as a bit strange. The current framework governing Billy Bishop is outdated. There's no disputing that. That tripartite agreement was struck in the 80s, and it specifies the use of aircraft that are no longer being manufactured. Think about that for a second. Think about how that plays over the next 5, 10, 15 years. So the way you would deal with that in 2026 if you wanted to lead is to stand up performance standards with respect to all the things that we heard about from staff, noise emissions, air particulates, GHGs, all that sort of stuff, and then you have aircraft that can meet those standards. That's how you would deal with it if you wanted to be practical, if you wanted to lead. And if we want the airport to continue operating, serving Toronto, then we have to modernize that agreement. We haven't accomplished that because we haven't had the courage to take the issue on full stop. When I think about the jobs that Billy Bishop provides, when I think about the tourism boost, the investment in the money that the federal government just put in there to have pre-clearance at the border right now in light of World Cup, I think we have two government partners in the province and the federal government that recognize the value in this asset. And they're looking for partners to work on with this, the future of Billy Bishop Airport. Not an administration that's just going to take time to punt it and kick the can down the road. I think the solution could be there. I think we should be at the table, but we have to demonstrate a maturity in this chamber that we want to be at the table, that we want to be participants, that we want to work together. So as we debate this motion today, I want to keep two things in mind. First, we need to be clear as a city that the future of Toronto includes the Billy Bishop Airport. And we need to make investments and work with agreements, tripartite agreements, lease extensions that recognize that. And second, of course Torontonians should have a say, but the reason we are in this position today, reacting instead of leading, is because this administration chose not to act when we had the chance. And I think that's regrettable. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor Chow, do you want to just put, there you go. Okay, Mayor Chow to speak.
Let us not twist truth. Why did we vote in favor of a extension of the runway, taking option 1? We put safety first. We said that we have to make sure that we meet the federal government deadline of July of 2027. That's next summer. That's why in 2024, we said, and the staff recommended it, that we would pick the extension of the runway that best fit the timeline. We extended the tripartite agreement. We said that, yes, go ahead and borrow that money. Go ahead and do that runway extension. And then we also said, we will have the conversation about the master plan. We will develop, and we have a vision of the waterfront. What do you mean that we do not have a vision? We said we have one, that we will negotiate this master plan, this tripartite agreement. I see many councillors nodding their head. That is what we agreed with. How dare someone say that we have, that we are not going to talk about the tripartite agreement, that there's no master plan? We are engaging in the master plan. We're beginning that process to go forward and look at how to achieve harmony and balance in the waterfront. We have a lot of buildings happening, and the Premier is now saying that they want to put in Ontario Place, a science center, the convention center. We have to look at the number of cars that are coming in. We have to look at what's the best use. We have to do all that. And we are considering, and we are working with Waterfront Toronto. There is a master plan, and Deputy Mayor Malik has been very involved in engaging the local public and the Port Authority. So what we need to do is absolutely continue to be engaged. However, in my mind, democracy matters. In the 2022 election, 600,000 people plus voted for this government, okay? And a year later, there's by-election, over 750,000 people voted, not all for me, for different minority candidates. We are a level of government that is the biggest in the country. We have a huge budget, and we have to be part of the conversation. You can't just say one day that the city, on Monday, we heard that land will be expropriated. Which land? What land? Have anyone seen the plan? Have anyone seen precisely what kind of tripartite agreement is going to be acceptable? Is there a plan? In fact, if there is, it's a mystery to me. Is there a plan from the federal government? Where do they stand? Some of the local MPs said they are against it. We don't know. The federal government may be supportive of it or may not be. I don't know. We haven't seen the plan. What is clear is this: the Torontonians must have a say in the future of their waterfront. Everyone can agree to that. It belongs to the people. For people that play there, live there, and visit there, is very precious. And think about how many people come down to the waterfront right now. They are going to the Toronto Island. They are living there. They work there. Yes, they fly in and out of the Billy Bishop Airport. And this that we're not shutting down that airport. And, oh, what is the future? Well, the future is this airport that needs to fix their runway and need to extend their runway and needs to start the operation, start the construction now. If not, it won't get done by 2027. And for a long time, they know this runway is too short. So while all of this conversation about the long-term impact of this, whether it should be a jet, whether it should be longer runway, at bare minimum, this shorter one, this extension needs to take place because it needs to be made safe. The motion in front of you is really clear. Basically said the city government and its people must be at the table for any decision that impact on our waterfront. And I do hope that councillors support this because at the end of the day, democracy does matter.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Bradford. Clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And thanks for your comments, Madam Mayor. We haven't had a chance to discuss this motion, but given the nature of the relationship with both the province and the actions that they've speculated on taking and the federal government and their response to this, could you share with us the last time you had an opportunity to speak with the province, either the Premier or the Minister of Transportation on this file specifically?
I spoke to the Premier about a number of matters at a conversation where we were talking about building more housing faster. I was pitching for exemptions of development charges. You've heard me on that many times, that making it faster and more affordable to build housing. We talked about the waterfront RT and this idea of the convention center, that he wants to landfill and build a convention center. He briefly spoke and said this is his vision. He also said he wants jets. I said that, well, hang on a second. That require a longer extension of the runway, and I said it needs to be safe, and we need to have the extension now of what it is. It should be right now. And I also mentioned that there is some land. He said, well, that was only a few days before he then made the announcement. Actually, he caught everyone by surprise at an event that you may even be at, the Toronto Board of Trade.
I wasn't at that.
Oh, he wasn't? Okay. He was at that, and then he made a speech at that event where he talked about both matters. And then later on, he said, well, we're going to bring in legislation or something of that nature.
So what do you think the driver was? It sounds like you talked about a bunch of different things. I didn't get a clear answer on if you spoke specifically about expropriation of city lands on the airport. But why do you think the province is moving in this direction? You're our advocate,
sorry,
the CEO
can you
of the
ask
city.
the question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it sounds like you talked about a bunch of things. It doesn't sound like you talked about the airport specifically.
No, we didn't.
Okay, so where do you think this is coming from? Why do you think the provincial government is moving in this direction, and why would they not be engaging with you and engaging with this council? Where do you think that comes from?
I don't know. You have to ask the Premier that because I don't think there was any plan. If you have seen a plan, share it with us. We have not seen legislation. We have not seen any maps saying which land they're going to take. I don't think the staff have seen anything. So we don't know.
So in 2014, I had moved forward a motion for a 40-year, 2024. Yeah, that's right, I wasn't here. In 2024, I moved forward a motion for a 40-year extension of the Billy Bishop Airport lease. You cut that down to 12 years. At the time, I had pointed out that it would be very difficult to finance the infrastructure improvements to sustain the airport with 12 years, tough to take to the bank. Do you think part of that decision, coupled with the decision to punt renegotiation of the tripartite agreement into the future, do you think that's driving some of the urgency from the province and the federal government to move forward maybe without you?
What drives the urgency for this city council is that we need to make sure everyone flying out of the Billy Bishop Airport has to be safe.
Respectfully,
And for
we're
a long
already doing
time, no, listen, you've asked me a question, let me answer it.
Respectfully,
Because
we're doing that.
we have to, because that runway is too short.
Yeah.
That we want every day that a flight flies out of Billy Bishop Airport, we have the responsibility, the moral obligation to make sure that the runway is extended as quickly as possible so it is safe.
So on
And
the safety
that is
front,
why,
Yeah.
that is why we collectively, it's not just me, collectively, this council said we will proceed with the shorter runway first.
Right.
We will then, at that point, once we've done that, it's only next year, that we will then have the master plan, because the master plan and the tripartite agreement, that conversation is that it takes at least a year.
So,
or at least
Mayor.
9 months.
Mayor, Councillor Bradford, you have one more question.
So my final question was, at that time, and you're talking about the RISA extension requirement from the federal government, that's actually separate than what I'm talking about, the lease extensions and the tripartite agreement. Those are separate things. But on the safety front, one of the things that we discussed at the time was having an opportunity for fire trucks to be rerouted around the back of the runway rather than having to cross the runway all the time. And you chose a decision that would keep it status quo, where the fire trucks and the waste vehicles servicing the island were still going to have to cross the runways. I'm wondering if, in light of what's happened recently, if there'd be an opportunity to go back and revisit that, because I think we want to minimize conflict with vehicles servicing the island and air traffic that's coming into the island.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Okay, did you want to answer the question?
Sure, we are always looking for more safety conversation, and that was in terms of, I have not heard that the Port Authority have trouble, or Billy Bishop Airport has trouble getting their loans. I think they got approved by the federal government, Transport Canada, and they have not indicated there's any concern about safety. If they have, the staff will certainly bring it to us for a conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have questions to the mayor?
I do. Madam Mayor, this motion will come and go. And, this debate will come and go. But most likely, the provincial government and the federal government are going to do what they think they need to do with this airport. And I think that that's going to result in growth. And growth has multiple components to it. That could be an increase in flights, type of aircraft. But most importantly, it's going to have to do with more people coming and going from the airport because it will increase in its success. What is the city going to do then to respond to that reality? Because those are important. Noise is important. Movement of people is important. Congestion is important. At some point, we need to accept what is changing beyond our control. What steps are we taking to deal with it? I think we have to start now.
Councillor, I have no idea what's being changed. Do you? I've not seen a plan.
Right.
You know, is it 2 million passengers or is it 10 million passengers? I've seen some media statements.
Right. But
have you actually seen a plan? Have you seen any prediction of how many flights? Where are they flying from? And are we using jets? And how many passengers are going to be? How many cars are going to come? What is the pollution? I don't know. I've not seen any studies or any plan.
So the plan is to live in denial.
Denial of what? We don't have any plan.
Exactly. So there's no prudent approach.
What kind of approach? Because there's nothing to approach towards. We don't have anything concrete.
Is there?
Do you have a plan that I don't know about? Both you and Councillor Bradford seems to have a plan that we haven't seen.
So we as a city have no plan around that airport or a vision.
We do. We spent, 2 days debating it in 2024. Yes, we have a very clear plan. The plan is to get that runway extended and make it safe. That is the plan.
So there's no
and
plan
then
on
engage
growth.
in the conversation about how many more passengers would it fit, and what kind of jets or aircraft would be flying from it. Those are things that we need to discuss.
Councillor Holiday.
Well, I've not seen a proposal in front of us.
Councillor Holiday, do you have another question?
I do. So the plan is to wait until we're told and then react. I'm just being realistic about it.
What is realistic is that the people of Toronto, the 60 to 70,000 people that vote for this government should have a say, that this government is important because you and I and all of us are democratically elected. We have to be the voices of the people of Toronto. We cannot shirk our responsibility and say, well, no, we'll let other levels of government deal with it. No, this is our waterfront. What happens down there matter to us because that's our jewel, absolutely. So that is the place where we have to have a say. This is what this motion is about.
So if it matters
to asserting our right as a government to have a say about our waterfront. It's that simple.
But not contingency plan.
Contingency plan about what?
Growth.
Okay, well, we do know there's growth because we know that there are.
Sorry, Mayor. The question is supposed to be clarification of the motion. You're getting into other questions.
I'm just asking for.
But the mayor answered. There's no plan.
I see. I got that answer, but.
All right.
Okay, now we know there's no plan.
No, wait.
No plan.
It's not that there's no provincial plan.
That's
right. The City of Toronto has a plan, and our very, very competent staff, one of them have been here, and quite a few of them have had 30 years of experience dealing with the waterfront. If you look at our beautiful waterfront, look at our the Don River coming down to the lake, look at the beautiful park that is down there, look at what we have been able to accomplish. That's because of our waterfront staff. We do have a plan for our waterfront, and we work very closely with Waterfront Toronto.
Yes,
with
so
a plan.
What the question was.
I hope it's good enough.
Councillor Holiday, the province does not have a plan, and that is what we're saying, right?
Yes, that's exactly.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, that was it for your questions. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, clarification of the motion, please.
No, I just had a one question, which is in any tripartite agreement, and you've indicated we do have a plan and there is no other plan, but I think that you've championed having a congestion officer. The Premier has said he wants to go from 2 million
to 10
people to 10. Would you think that part of any exercise by anybody, us, federal, the tripartite group, and looking at anything, should be looking at the impact on congestion of 5 times the number of people that would be landing at that?
Oh, absolutely. Already Queen's Quay, which is a very narrow street, is jammed with cars. And the parking there is limited in Billy Bishop Airport. I know it very well. Right beside it is the Little Norway Park. And then it's the lake. Where are you going to put the parking? Because the road is right, maybe landfill, I don't know. I don't know where the parking is going to be. And how drivers are going to be able to get in and out from that area. And it's right now is served by a few transit lines. And as to how we can move more people down there, I don't know. 10 million passengers is substantial. 2 million is already...
To move on and off, it's a narrow throat.
It's a very, because it is at Bathurst and Queen's Quay, that intersection is very, very narrow, very small. And I would imagine that if you need more traffic going in and out of that area, you need to widen something down there. I don't know, because I do not believe that there is a comprehensive plan about having 10 million passengers. And what is the impact on the film industry? I don't know, because that is very close to a lot of the film the sound studio that you're
Yes.
familiar with. So,
Yes, yes.
As to all the people living down in the area, we just encouraged one of the building that would have 1,800 people. They are just hitting the ground right now. This is the
Quayside.
Dreams, the Dreams Michael Cooper's.
Just down the street.
Yeah.
So the traffic impacts of any expansion is something that's not for later. It's actually pretty part and parcel of any, there isn't a plan, but any plan would have to say, well,
We'll have to have a traffic.
here's how we'd have to run the
Absolutely.
traffic.
I assume the province would engage in that traffic study together with the City of Toronto, perhaps?
We did do a traffic study, as you'll recall, for the changes to Ontario Place, which showed that with music and spa and everything else, that there would be a definite increase in congestion on Lakeshore. So we would assume that this plan, the napkin plan, would probably have, but we don't know, but we need to measure any ideas like this.
We don't know. Right now, your the chief congestion officer have been working very hard with our transportation staff in putting together FIFA World Cup plan, which I believe will come forward tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Burnside, questions?
Oh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question through you to the mayor. We know through the various press conferences, we know the mayor is a big fan of yours. The premier is a big fan of yours. Have you had the so notwithstanding, I'm trying to understand the point as part of this motion. Have you had the opportunity to express your displeasure and as it pertains to these two motions, maybe not with the federal government, but with the province? Like, is this not somewhat a duplication? Assuming you've done that. So I'm just trying to understand. Okay, you have. Okay, and so the need for this is?
Well, it's not just my council. Council members, yourself, need to express your opinion. Councillor Matlow needs to express his opinion. It's not just Mayor Chow expressing opinion. Yes, I have said to the Premier that I don't agree with where he's going on this one.
But I presume...
And then he knows that there's this motion.
Through the mayor to you, I presume when you were expressing your displeasure, it was on behalf of council. Because I think when you speak to the premier, you're speaking on behalf of council. I'm just trying to understand if this is a bit
however,
like, are we dealing with business here, or is this like, you know, one of the things that we do at City Hall? And this isn't a slam against you. I don't mean it that way. It's just, you know, like if the point's being made, the point's being made. And is this just 3 hours of us making ourselves feel better?
Councillor Burnside, if you believe this city council, with all the members of council, truly represent the people of Toronto on something that's significant about the future of our waterfront, that you and all the other councillors deserve a say, then that is why this motion is in front of you, asking for you to declare your intention, whether you believe that the City of Toronto should, the government of the municipality of Toronto and the government should have a say about the future of the waterfront. You deserve a vote on this matter.
But you have spoken on our behalf to the premier.
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. Put it up.
Do we have his motion? Because I thought the mayor was the last speaker. Okay, where's the motion? Okay, can you, I haven't seen the motion. Okay, the motion's on the screen. Yeah, this motion is out of order, Councillor Cole. It's not in order. Did you want to speak?
Why is it out of order?
This is out of order. This is, what we have before us is this motion here, this member's motion. All right, do you want to speak, Councillor Cole?
Yeah, I'll speak. I mean,
Okay, go ahead.
I just can't believe it. You know, I'm asking for a motion to basically say that whatever you do at the waterfront, the federal government, the provincial government should do an independent study to make sure whatever changes they make at the island airport protect people's safety. I mean, how is this out of order is beyond me. And I'm talking about, you know, the fact you're going to increase the number of flights coming into Billy Bishop from 2 million a year to 10 million, and that's not going to have an effect on safety? I mean, I just can't believe that's out of order. But anyways, I just want to say that, you know, there's a unnatural preoccupation by the Premier of this province about the waterfront. You know, he blows up Ontario Place and puts in this foreign spa in there, mysterious Austrian spa. Did he ask the people of Ontario? No. People of Toronto? No. The spa is going in. Then he came in with, oh yeah, you remember the roller coaster thing he was going to put down there? The Ferris wheel, whatever it was, big Ferris wheel. He's got a fixation about Toronto's waterfront. Then he talks about now the floating convention casino center he wants to put on Lake Ontario, a floating convention center. So, you know, now, you know, continuing on this fixation about the waterfront, now he wants to expand the island airport. And I don't have any real problem with trying to upgrade, modernize the airport and make the agreement a lot more streamlined, because it is a very cumbersome agreement with 3 parties involved. And they can do that and maybe do some upgrades to the airport to make it more viable and to make it more convenient, etc. But the bottom line is the waterfront and the airport is part of Toronto's open space, open natural space. It's our lakefront that Toronto sits on the lakefront. So the people who live by the lake, who enjoy the lake, who go to the island, they deserve a say in what happens to this airport. You just can't do a backroom deal with the federal government and say you're going to expropriate Toronto's portion of the land and expect all of us to bow down to the Premier and say, oh yeah, go ahead, expropriate, and we're going to keep quiet because that's not our job. Well, you know, this is not going to be debated at Queen's Park. They don't debate things at Queen's Park anymore.
Okay, Councillor Cole, you just have a few minutes. Something's wrong with the timer here. And I want to remind members of council, when the mayor spoke, I said she was the last speaker.
Okay, forget it.
You know, when we say it's the last speaker, it's the last speaker.
Forget it.
Okay, well, yeah, it's just not right what we're doing in here. This is a joke now. Okay, Councillor Carroll? Yeah.
I believe we actually have procedural guidance on this.
Yeah.
Our courtesy is that when the mayor speaks, that is a wrap-up set of remarks. We are free to question her, and then we are voting.
Okay, and I did say last speaker. Okay, can you put put whatever on the screen? Let's vote on this. This is... No, Councillor Peruzza, please. No, we're in the middle of a vote. No. The mayor has the right to speak last. Okay, let's vote. Can we put the and Councillor Holiday? Come on, everyone, please. Quiet. Councillor Holiday. Okay, Councillor Holiday, we're in the middle of a vote. I was just going to rule on your...
I do have that, but I also have a point of order about what I just saw. So I understand that the mayor has the right to speak last, but Councillor Cole just spoke last. So I just want to understand the ruling that you made and how everyone's being treated.
But the rule is when I say it's the last speaker, it's the last speaker.
Well, the last speaker then must have been Councillor Cole.
No, and he shouldn't have spoke.
Well, but he did.
Okay. Okay, please. Yes. Do we need a 10-minute recess here? Okay. Councillor Holiday? Councillor please, Councillor Bradford, can you please, I just have to rule on. Councillor Holiday, at the beginning, you did rule, you've asked me about the motion part 2, okay, if it was in order. So the recommendation, and I'm ruling on this, the recommendation does not make reference to any particular expropriation, but proposes council take a general position on expropriation by the provincial or federal government. Therefore, I am ruling that part 2 is in order. Okay, motion number 1 by Councillor Matlow. We'll put on the screen. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley and Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Thank you.
Councillor Cole and Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Cole, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
Okay, stop those bells. Yeah. You will be recorded in the negative if you don't vote. Wow. You know.
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-3.
Okay. On the motion as amended. It's right there. It's on the screen. Okay. On the motion as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs and Councillor Cole, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
The item as amended carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say something, Councillor Holiday. You are correct. I shouldn't have allowed that, and you're correct on that. Shouldn't have spoken. Okay, I just want to make that correction. Okay. Our next item is EX 29.3. Councillor Sachs, you held the item down. It's the update on Weston Foundation donation for Queen's Park. Do we have any questions to staff? If you do, if you can please put your name on the screen. Any questions to staff? Please put your name on the screen. Councillor Sachs, questions?
Question for Ms. Basil. Ms. Basil, do you support the motion I'm about to make, and did you assist us in writing it?
To the Speaker, I do, as do staff involved in this work, and I assisted in the writing.
Thank you. To the best of your knowledge, can we defer the Infrastructure and Environment Committee review of the concept design from May until June 10th without endangering the donor's support?
We can, and I would say that we are committed to bringing a comprehensive concept plan to that June meeting.
Right. Would deferring to June 10th allow a more complete proposal to come to IUC?
It will. We will use that time to build in further information for committee's consideration.
And are you continuing to consult the public?
We are, yes.
Will you guarantee that any concept plan you bring to Infrastructure and Environment Committee will benefit and will not harm the distinctive and valuable trees of Queen's Park North?
Yes, you have our absolute commitment to that effect. I would say that that is one of the core principles as part of the vision of this work. One of the benefits of our partnership with Urban Forestry is that they will bring that strength and expertise in terms of how to protect, mitigate, and avoid harm to the valuable trees in the park.
Right. Yes, and to Mr. Jolimar, the same question. Can you, on behalf of Urban Forestry and Environment, Climate and Forestry, guarantee that any concept plan you bring to Infrastructure and Environment Committee will benefit and will not harm the distinctive and valuable native trees in Queen's Park North?
So yes, through you, Madam Speaker. So in parallel with the concept, the Urban Forest Management Plan is being worked, and that will ensure that that work guides the protection and the enhancement and the maintenance of the trees.
Right. Do you agree that it's appropriate to give Environment, Climate and Forestry equal standing with parks in leading this project?
I do. I think it strengthens the focus on ensuring that the trees are protected through the process as we enhance the park.
All right. What is the status of the forestry plan? Does it have to be completed before the design comes before IUC, and why or why not?
So a scope of work is currently being developed for that forestry management plan. And as I mentioned, that'll guide the protection, enhancement, maintenance of the trees and ecology in Queen's Park North. That work is currently underway, and that will come in that work is happening in parallel, and that that plan will come with the concept to IEC.
And will you have all of the forestry management information that you require to honor your guarantee by June 10th?
Yes, we will.
All right. Back to Ms. Basil. Do you agree that it's appropriate and valuable to have a public art plan as part of this proposal?
Yeah, we do agree that that's appropriate and valuable, and we will be able to bring something back in terms of what a plan might look like for public art.
And do you think that will be ready for the June 10th meeting, or is that something that will come later?
I think that we will commit to bringing wherever we are at to the June meeting. Like, if adopted by council, we will be working on that immediately and bring that update to the June meeting.
All right. And similar, do you agree that it also makes sense to have a detailed review of the business plan for the proposed food service operation, and to be sure that it makes sense before we consider the concept plan at Infrastructure and Environment Committee?
Agreed. I think that will be a really useful review for us to conduct with our partners within the city and to bring that back as well to June. So we are supportive of completing that review.
Excellent. Question for the city manager. City manager, do you agree that it would be appropriate, given the importance of this park, to get the assistance of your, and of the donation and the size of the donation, the relationship with the university. Is it appropriate and will it be helpful to get the assistance of your partnership office under your direction?
Speaker, yeah, I think it'd be very helpful, and to be honest, it comes back home a little bit. This actually began with a conversation that happened with myself and my office, and we helped organize the first meeting of staff to take us on this journey. So happy to lend our support. It's a large donation. It's a important project, and I think it's very appropriate.
And you agree it's important that we manage this donation well?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, I'm not quite done.
Well, you only have 5 seconds.
Okay. Would you agree that you and the Partnership Office will make sure that the agreement that is in the best interest of the people of Toronto?
Oh, I certainly will, and I know the entire team will as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
This is extremely significant park for the City of Toronto. The number of trees, it's not just a local park, it's a regional park, it's a significant park for the city. And would you agree that what Councillor Sachs is putting forward is a little bit of a reset on how things have been done up till now?
I think it's a reset, and it's an opportunity for us to really recognize it as you've described. So I think it will only strengthen the work and the partnership and the outcome.
If it was a park that, like of Greenwood, which fairly significant, but there are no real trees in the middle. So this is significant because it has such a forest, and therefore resetting with forestry being at the table, an equal partner and a partnership from the city's vantage point. I think that's what's being established through Councillor Sachs's changes to the motion at executive. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And as well that the nature of a donation, it's ever been a $50 million donation that went through the Parks Partnership Office previously?
No, there hasn't.
No. There's probably been what, 5, 2, 3, something of that nature?
I think so. I think this is unique in that way.
So it's a unique donation, and perhaps it shouldn't be parked at the Parks Partnership Office, as Councillor Sachs is recommending that it be handled through the city manager's partnership, the city partnership, that it's probably too large of a scope to be managed at that level of parks. You're agreeing to that as DCM?
I think that's appropriate given the scope and scale of this, yes.
And then the other piece really is about the, you've told Councillor Sachs that all of the forestry work, in particular now that Ms. Statham and her team will be joining with Mr. Farish and the 2 DCMs will be involved, that all of the discussions and conversations about trees won't be, it'll be led through forestry, not led through parks.
That's right, and that's where that expertise lies, and will strengthen our team. So we will work in lockstep across those 2 teams and our deputy city managers.
Previously, it was PF&R. Now it's just P&R, and the F has moved over to Mr. Nolan. So sometimes it's hard to get used to new things. It's not the Parks project. It's a P in one location and an F in another location, and they're going to be equal in this conversation. I also wanted to get around the public art, which I appreciate you including in there, Councillor Sachs, because I think I mentioned that earlier, that there really hasn't been a thought about that yet. In such 20 acres, large donation, the possibility of some incredible public art installations, not on the tree roots, but there's a lot of entrances and places for this, and hiring somebody that is, everything can be art in this park. It's just a different lens that we're also going to add on here today, right?
It is, that's right, and sort of a newer and really potentially exciting element that we would be bringing in.
And the public consultations will continue, but they'll continue with this new framework under this leadership, the donation, and I guess that we'll have something on the 10th, and if things aren't going well, I'll have a status update on the 6th. I'm just sorry, that would be no problem, would it?
No, that's no problem, Councillor.
Thank you. And then just around the restaurant, because it's an interesting idea. I just don't know how many brand new standalone restaurants are being built as public restaurants in this economy? Do we have any sense, or that we're going to find that out with a review of this proposal?
That's part of what I think we need to do in the review. So we'll be working with our partners in economic development and culture on those kinds of questions to bring that back as part of the review of the business plan.
And there may be somebody in the industry, an industry review of restaurants in and out of business that size as well. I think there's an issue as to, is there any impact on routes or anything else in order to construct? And that the construction of that would have to come, I understand that it might be a parks construction, but I think that that's up for conversation, because I don't think, do you think council would approve an extra $15 million to build our own restaurant there? Are you, I mean, that's, I shouldn't ask you that, but right. I'll speak about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you're going to review all those things, reset a little bit, go forward, and hopefully this will, and around the statue, I know I said I want it moved right away. I'm not moving that.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'll speak about the statue.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I want to just explore our protocols and our conventions when it comes to accepting private donations to public spaces. And I apologize if I can just ask Councillor Pasternak, just quiet down just a little bit. There are some residents who have an opinion. Well, all of our public spaces should be completely funded by public dollars. There are others who will argue, well, why don't we just either privatize or spend tons of private money on public spaces? I do pick up, I think, from the majority of people that if private money is put towards public spaces in a tactful way that contributes to the public realm.
Okay, sorry for interrupting. Please, can I have some quiet?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Quiet in the council chambers?
No,
hold on. Let me see if we have quorum. All right. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. That I believe that many people, as long as private dollars, philanthropists, the Westons, whomever, want to contribute to a public realm, they're fine with it, and they're fine with acknowledging their generosity, as long as there's still public accountability about the process, that there's public control over design and procurement, that there's genuine public feedback and consultation as part of the future of that space, and ultimately full accountability and transparency when it comes to all the steps that have been taken. In other words, so that they know that the plans and the designs weren't done simply at the request or the vision of the private philanthropist, but that the community that cares about that public space knows that their voice and their vision is part of that too. Do we have a very clear protocol? Because the reason I ask this is that what I'm picking up from the community is that there has been some either confusion or worry about, how much has this been led by, is it the dog or the tail? Are we doing this for the Westons, or are we working with the Westons for the community?
Speaker, we are going through a process that will be transparent and fully disclosed to the public and council, and taking all responsible steps to bring all parties together around the table to make this plan.
I appreciate the future intentions, but in general though, do we have a written protocol? Because there seems to be a lot of confusion and genuine worry about, again, who's leading this or who's guiding this. Do we have anything written or something that we can show people, or do we need to develop that so that we don't fall into a situation like this again?
So, Speaker,
There are protocols around this. Happy to bring that forward. It might be good as part of the exercise we're going through when this next comes back that we also just reiterate the process we go through this. And you've seen that happen through this process already. So, but we will bring back what some of those written protocols are and policies that are well defined, because this is not the first time, nor will it be the last time. Small or large, donations are treated in this way, and we've had great results with them. We expect it in this case as well. But just to give you the assurance, there are approaches that we take with this, and we'll bring that as part of the report to the committee if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, can we go to the speakers list? Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a motion. There it is. So as suggested in my questions of staff, there are several purposes to the motion, and I thank staff and Councillor Fletcher for working with me on these amendments. The first thing is to give environment, climate, and forestry equal standing with parks in leading this project. I'm glad to have the two deputy city managers working together so closely and taking leadership on this. The second thing is to add the partnership, the city manager's partnership office back into this process where it began. I mean, they've been available all along, but to give them a formal recognized role so that we can rely, I mean, we rely anyway on the assurance of the city manager that this agreement will be for the best interests of the people of Toronto, but this formalizes that involvement and that assurance. Right, and in addition, we're moving the report back date from the May meeting of Infrastructure and Environment Committee to the June meeting in order to give staff a little more time to go through the forestry management plan, do the business review that we've asked for, and to generally to make sure that a more complete package is ready. You know, without running into the summer break and risking the schedule that's important to the donor. Two other, there's a second part of the motion, which is two new paragraphs. One is to consider the public art plan, which was implicit before, but it should be explicit. Very important to have public art. We do already have quite a bit of public art in this park, including the famous or infamous horse, as the case may be. Him, yes. One of the suggestions at the Design Review Committee, which I have to say is at least intriguing, was to put a slide down the back end of the horse as a way of making fun of it and giving a little bit of something for kids to do. I doubt if we're going to end up with that, but I guess we'll wait and see. But in any event, we do need more focus on public art in the park. The trees come first, but art has a very important place, and we know how important art is in the life of the community. The other paragraph is, again, to have a formal review of the business plan for the proposed cafe. There's been a lot of discussion about what kind of food services plan services should be provided there. If it is, if there's a market for it, will it make money? We have lots of winter. There have been some discussions about mostly outside seating. Does that work in November and December and January and February and March, and sometimes April is just as bad. And so we need more clarity on all of those questions. That work was mostly underway, but I'm glad to have the opportunity to make it clearer, to give the priority of the trees even more emphasis than we had before. And thank my colleagues for your support. This is a very important opportunity for the City of Toronto. This is a very important park for the City of Toronto, and it needs help. One of the things I didn't have time to go through today, but we did review it at Executive Committee, is that the trees in this park, which are very much loved, are in trouble. They need investment. The soil is thin, it's compacted. People stomp on the roots all the time. It gets shaken by the subway underneath. The trees are not okay as it is now. We need more investment in this park. We don't have the money to do it ourselves. It is incredibly generous of the Weston family to step forward and make possible the kind of improvements that are badly needed here, and perhaps to provide some of the kinds of enhancements that we've heard through the public consultation process most people want. So I look forward to seeing the concept design, the business review, the art plan, and most of all, the forestry plan. You all know the forestry plan has to come first, and I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let's put the motion on the screen. We're ready to vote. Well, your name wasn't there. Oh, come on. Councillor Mallow, you put your name on too? Oh. Okay, Councillor Matlow to speak.
I literally 30 seconds. I just want to thank the local councillor. I want to thank the chair of Infrastructure and Environment for the good work that they've done today. I want to thank the community for really making this process better and ensure that everyone's voice is heard. And I'm confident that we've got a better process now that we can work with to achieve the results that Councillor Sachs described, which is a park that's healthy, but also designed in a way that is supported by, obviously, the philanthropist, the generous donation, but also one that the community can be proud of. So I'm really glad that we've arrived at this place.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I'll just say very generous donation. I think that, and thank you, Councillor Sachs, for working on this in this way, because when it comes to IEC, we're going to have peace in the valley. We have had a race set here on this $50 million donation. It's not something that should be running through our little parks partnership. It's actually a major donation that has to go through the city manager's office, so that's been corrected. I do think that the forestry division being equal, at executive, the community was pointing that out. U of T Forestry was there. That's fixed with your motion, Councillor Sachs. And I will say if it's not fixed, we'll have to have a status report on May 6th. So I'm assuming that we're going to find the new way to work, the new way forward with staff and with the community. I do believe that looking at a business review of the restaurant is important, and who's paying for it, who's building it. I understand there's a 20-year operating, but after 20 years, there could be a problem. I don't know. I think economic development can tell us about the restaurant industry, what could go there. It can be informed by forestry. And lastly, the public art. I did say I was going to move, it's Prince Edward, right? Edward? King. Oh, King. The King out. But we'll just move him to a different location right now, perhaps not right in the center, because something else will go there. There's many exciting elements here, and kind of just resetting to make the best advantage of all the exciting elements, and also make sure that first and foremost, we have a glade that doesn't exist anywhere else, really, in the city of Toronto. The number of trees, the quiet space. There's other things to make it more interesting, perhaps, but we're not going to, it won't be at the expense of the trees. So I do think, Councillor Sachs, you're moving as well. The whole report says accept the very generous donation from the Weston family and do a few other things. Public art could be fantastic here. It's $50 million. Think of what that could look like, including common theme of signage, of everything. The litter bins, you name it. It can all be done with that amount of money. So I just am happy that, Councillor Sachs, that you're able to move all of those. And I'm hopeful that these will reset a bit and that when we get to June 10th, there'll be something fantastic and we'll have a lot of great support there from the community. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion. 1A, by Councillor Sachs. All in favor? Carried. Next one. 1B. All in favor? Carried. Okay, item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, would you be ready for your item that you held for DM 39.1? Pardon? Yeah, so,
We'll
okay.
see if everybody's ready for me.
Okay, so this is DM 39.1, public salary disclosure for city agencies and corporations. So there's questions to staff. If I can have city staff come forward, please. Oh, you're ready. Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Fletcher, can you just put your name on the screen?
Oh, yeah. I just, at a certain point, there was a decision to ask corporations and some agencies that had STIP to change to more of the system that the city's using with its non-union employees. Is that right? And when was that?
So, Speaker, in June of 2023, there was a new executive compensation framework for agencies, boards, and commissions that was approved
by
City Council.
Thank you.
And in September of 2023, the city manager notified the boards and heads of agencies, boards, and commissions that they must align with the framework by March 31st of 2024.
So align with the framework by March 31st, 2024. And how long had the, well, some of these are brand new places, like Create TO was the Toronto Realty Corporation, so they would have started with a STIP, and then the Parking Authority has had their STIP. Just tell everybody what STIP stands for, please. Short-term incentive plan.
It stands for incentive pay, and within...
And what is the value? I understand that at times it's up to 30% of your salary. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's 25%.
Oh, sorry. So executive salary, 25% of the salary, and then it went on the base. Went on the base.
Paid as a lump sum.
Onto the, and then went on the base salary.
As a total cash value.
So let's just understand what that means. When we take one of these and we have, well, $90,000 in STIP in order to end the STIP, that is now on the base yearly salary, yes or no? Everybody understand base salary? Somebody has to explain that.
It's a one-time lump sum.
But what happens? You stay with your old salary and you just get a lump sum?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm not sure that that's how that's worked on some of these. We can go in camera, discuss it, but I don't understand that. It's moved up every year by a significant amount. What's the city's amount? 3.55, what is it? Increase. Senior staff.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the pay for performance ranges from 0 to 4.5.
0 to 4.5. So I think that between 2023, 2024, 2025, and now 2026, some of these salaries that we're seeing here have raised more than 4.5%. Have you reviewed that?
Yes, we have reviewed it. All of the salaries that are reported are in alignment with the compensation framework.
I'm having a really hard time with that. There's a $485,000 salary here. What was the increase from what to get to 485, and over what period of, oh, sorry, that's a STIP payment. So what's a STIP payment on that's a STIP. And so that is 25%?
Up to 25%.
Now that's the global salary. That's what you're reporting. This is very confusing, I'm sorry. Because either somebody's making $200,000 and every year they're getting 50, or they're making $200,000 and the next year their base is now 250. I can see, because I'm aware of these agencies, the base has changed. It's increased. So somebody has to explain how that's happened, and I haven't heard it yet.
So each salary that's reported for each agency and board and commission is calculated differently. Everything that has been reported in the disclosure is in alignment with the compensation framework. Is there?
Sorry. Impossible. Impossible. Is that a range that's in here, or is this the actual salary? There's ranges. Is Create TO a range or the salary?
Which salary are you referring to?
There's 4 Create TOs, and you've got a range, salary range, and then it shows specific salary. Everywhere else it shows salary range, not specific payout. Which one is it? Are you holding my time? Yeah, they wrote it.
So for the Create TO salaries, they have consented to report their salaries, and it is the actual salaries reported in 2024 that are on the document.
Okay. So it's not the range, they're actuals. But I'm going to have a few more. I don't think we need to go in camera, but I think we may have to defer this one more time. Sorry about that, everybody. So the ones left with STIP are Parking Authority, Hydro, and Board of Governors Exhibition Place. Were they all asked to take the STIP out?
The 3 that you named do have STIP. Yep. According to the compensation framework, incentive pay is allowed, and they are in alignment with the compensation framework.
Hold on. Councillor, did you want to defer it again? Because I have questions too.
Well,
I mean, I think we might have to go on camera on this item because none of this makes any sense at all.
Yes, thank you. Defer.
Okay.
Yep.
So did you want to defer it then again?
Oh, yes, I do.
Councillor Chen, you're okay with that, to defer it?
Just defer it.
Because I think there's a lot of questions on this, and so Councillor Fletcher, move deferral?
Yes.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, now the next item is Councillor, Mayor Chow, you held the next item, EX 29.1. Do we have questions? Does anybody have any questions? EX 29.1. Okay. All right, so does anybody have any questions on 29.1? Toronto wins. Bloomberg. Nobody? Okay, Mayor
A quick
Chow.
speech.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I have a motion here to accept $1.6 million in funding as part of the Bloomsburg Mayor's Challenge Award and use it to continue building the school food program. In case you haven't heard the exciting news, we won. We are receiving this prestigious prize in recognition of our ambitious vision of Toronto's school food program. We are just one out of 24 winners selected out of 630 participants worldwide. And we are the only Canadian city, by the way. Yes, it is exciting. The prize will help fund the city's study and roll out of the school food hub. These are sites around the city where we can work with community partners to lower food and distribution costs through purchasing by bulk. Meaning, if we buy a whole lot of apples, thousands of them, it's going to be cheaper. And storage and delivery of nutritious food, feeding more kids, while supporting local jobs and farmers rather than relying on large multinational, especially U.S. suppliers. Through our school food program, we are bringing down the cost of groceries for families in Toronto. It's nearly $900 in savings a year for a family with 2 kids. The price comes after 2 years of expert support and dedicated funding. Also come with 2 staff to help us bring this vision to life. And as you know, the City Council has made historic investment in school food, including $7 million both to expand programs to additional 155 schools and 62,000 students this year. We are on track by September to feed every single kid in school that are under 18, and that's 330,000 of them. And this price is going to help make these programs stronger and better while benefiting local economies and creating local jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so on the motion by Mayor Chow, on favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Pardon? Oh, recorded vote on item is amended. Councillor Fletcher, yours is the next item. Yes, Councillor Ainsley has asked for recorded vote on item as amended. Councillor Fletcher, your item is next.
Councillor Perruzza, please. And Councillor Campbell, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In the affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Bravo, your vote verbally? In favor, thank you. The item is amended, carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, our next item is EX 29.2. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down, Port Lands Protection Project. Do you have questions of staff? Okay, can I have staff to come forward? Okay, can you put your name on the list, please, Councillor Fletcher? No, it's not my screen. I don't know. Okay, now I see it. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Okay, thank you. I just want to follow up, and I wasn't going to hold this until we started hearing about the us building condos, tall apartments and tall condos, so we could block the runway. And I would just like to, Waterfront 1.0 was building the flood protection, 2.0 is doing all the infrastructure, and then I guess when we get to 3.0, it's going to be all of the housing. So I just wonder if, given this situation now with the airport, how we're going to approach all of the planning for the residential portions on the Portlands.
So through the speaker, so the first thing to say is that the existing settlement on what was approved in 2024, which is will be part of a report that Council will consider likely tomorrow, involves existing operations at the airport, and the settlement that the report will cover involves the settlement that Ports Toronto has agreed to.
Sorry, just tell me, it's very hard to hear you. If you could just put that up a little bit more. Ports Toronto has been part of a settlement.
Correct.
And has agreed to a settlement on exactly what?
On the, what was approved in 2024 as part of the Oquemin-Minising zoning bylaw.
So there, and that has all of the heights. It has everything in there already, basically built form.
So through the speaker, yes, that is correct. The report that is before council has a couple of confidential attachments to speak to some adjustments, but generally speaking, the settlement is about the zoning that was approved 2 years ago.
And within that, are there any? And I know this is, we're kind of mixing apples and apples because that's coming later. But are there any concerns about the flight path? How do we know anything about a flight path? Were there any adjustments to the flight path for the current zoning that was approved and signed off by Ports Toronto? Or would there have to be any adjustment to the zoning or building heights with a different kind of aircraft? Or do we know that yet?
So it's an excellent question through the speaker. The airport zoning regulations, which are set by Transport Canada, are a function of at least 5 things. The first thing is the size of the planes. The second is the length of the runway. Third would be the configuration of the runway. Fourth would be the existence or not of certain navigational aids. And then the last piece would be Transport Canada regulations and any exemptions from the regulations. So we're going to need to understand the detailed proposal, should there be a proposal forthcoming, and then analyze it in terms of its impact. What I will say is that the Oquemin-Minising neighborhood is well north of the existing ARZs. And so the issue has been more about the instrument procedures and not about the airport zoning.
Could you just tell me one more time what those 5 things are? Because I'm not sure that I knew all of those 5 things.
So through the speaker, the types of aircraft, the length of the runway, the orientation of the runway, the existence of navigational aids, which could improve instrument procedures, and then finally Transport Canada regulations and Transport Canada exemptions.
And that is which agreement are these 5? That's included now in the settlement or the proposed settlement, or it's just a given and Ports Toronto has signed off? Tell me exactly about that, please.
So, you know, the settlement that will be coming is something that Ports Toronto has signed off on, and there are some adjustments which the confidential attachments speak to.
And those 5 requirements, tell me how they affect that settlement sign-off.
For existing operations at the airport.
So the settlement that would approve is based on existing operations for the airport, and you've detailed what the 5 requirements are that would dictate what that settlement is. So is there any danger of that settlement, any changes that we have to make, or we just need to be cognizant that it's with the existing operation, not somebody's idea?
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, the last point of your question is the correct point of the point to kind of keep in mind, which is that the settlement is about the existing operations. Should there be new proposed operations which involve a different type of aircraft, then we would need to be revisiting the zoning for parts of the Portlands, not necessarily for Oquemin-Minising though. Oquemin-Minising is well north of the existing ARZs.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak on it? Councillor Fletcher, do you want to release the item? Okay, go ahead.
That is coming up later, and I might just let that one go, but it's all part of a bigger part of the Portlands. The first thing is do the flood protection. The second piece is to do all of the infrastructure. And the third piece is to get ready for the housing. And we've been getting ready for the housing for a while with our zoning bylaw in order to figure out what do we need to build there, what can we build there, and how do we meet our threshold of affordable housing in the Portlands, which, as you know, is 30%. So we have had, for our public lands, we have zoning bylaw that's there. I'll note that there's a whole number of private applications that have preceded anything on our public lands, many that have been approved at the Ontario Municipal Board, and others that are being, others that we're looking at here from private developers that haven't felt any constraints because they know they can go to the, Ontario Land Tribunal. So for me, hearing that this settlement that we're going to have later, and that I can do a quick release, but the settlement is based on exactly the current requirements for the airport, signed off by one of the signatories of the tripartite agreement, who knows very well that that is the things that Mr. Stonehouse just said, the length of the runway, the type of aircraft, all of these matters that they were very concerned about. I think we know that. They were concerned about it. They weren't sure about the zoning bylaw. They were worried about the heights. They've signed off based on the existing airport, the existing operations of the airport, the existing tripartite agreement, which I think we can say one more time, the signatories are the city, the federal government, and also the Transport Canada, which has particular responsibilities within the agreement around airport operations. So when we're dealing with any applications, we're dealing with anything about the Portlands, we're dealing in any of these discussions, we now have a new layer. We have this layer that there's supposed to be a brand new airport, 10 million people, many planes. How does that affect redevelopment? How does that affect the plans? And first of all, those are questions that you can't answer right now, but it's our lens now. We're adding a new lens. But I really appreciate you being so clear today, Mr. Stonehouse, about what was signed off by Ports Toronto. I also just want to take this opportunity to thank you for your stellar work on the waterfront, as Councillor Perks had done already. But all of the Portlands planning, all of the Portlands planning framework, you name it, you've been there, you've had your hand on that tiller, and you've been guiding that for many, many years. And I think we all owe you a really great thank you for being so steady, for loving the waterfront, for loving all the things, the new park, for making sure it's great. And I look forward to you as a private citizen being at all the meetings, because it's in your blood, David Stonehouse. You can walk away from the job, but you'll never leave the waterfront and the Don River. So thank you to you and your staff for all the great work. I hope that it won't be undone by a cavalier stroke of the pen in Queen's Park, but I really hope that there'll be some sober second thought at Transport Canada and the federal government about Toronto's waterfront and how precious it is and how far we've come and how more we have to do. Thank you.
On the item, all in favor? Carried. Next item is EX 29.4. Councillor Myers, you held it down, pothole blitz and local road repair. We'll wait for city staff to come down. And if anybody has any questions, please put the name on the screen, please. I think we have time just to do this item before we recess, because we're going to recess at 6. Yeah, we can do quick releases if anybody has any. Okay, questions to staff. If you have, Councillor Myers, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Can you please put your name on the screen? You having problems? Oh, there you are, okay. Council, you held the item down, so to speak.
Do I get to go first?
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
thank
Yeah.
you. So in 2025, there were 250,000 potholes filled. How many were filled in 2024?
Through the chair, 700 were repaired in 2024.
So there were more potholes filled in 2024 than 2025.
That's correct.
So is that due to the fact that the number of potholes is less, or that we're just filling in less potholes? That there's less potholes overall, or that we're filling in less potholes?
There's a number of factors, Councillor. It's generally driven by our freeze-thaw cycles. So in that year, we may have seen more freeze-thaw cycles than the previous year or the following year. That's generally the driving force on the number of potholes that we see each year.
Through the Speaker, Madam Mayor, Councillor, if I can just add that I think the number was also higher in 2024 because the winter was milder, which enabled us to get out there and proactively be filling potholes earlier on in the year than we were able to in 2025.
So is there a reason that other jurisdictions, I'm thinking that like Scandinavia, Europe, they have similar climates to Toronto, but they don't have potholes like we do? What is unique about Toronto that causes so many potholes in the road?
Through the Speaker, I think it's as Miles touched on, it's the freeze-thaw cycle. So I think a lot of the other countries and jurisdictions that you mentioned have a consistently cold period over winter. What really damages our roads is the cold and then the warming up, so it turns to water again, and then that water, as the temperature drops, that water then freezes, which then pops the road surface.
Is that freeze-thaw cycle accelerated due to climate change? Because as a lifelong resident of Toronto, I haven't seen the roads in quite as bad condition as I have now.
Through the Speaker, I'm sure that's playing a part. I think also, as we're seeing, our state of good repair backlog has grown, and that's a function often of not just the work that we're doing, but it's a function of the time period over which our roads have been built. So a lot of them are now coming towards the end of their useful life and have reached the end of the cycle where you can resurface them, and a lot now need reconstruction.
So what are some of the strategies the department's using in terms of innovation or artificial intelligence to do more predictive maintenance in order to better maintain the roads, rather than sort of relying on just filling in potholes as they appear?
Sorry, Councillor, would you mind repeating the question?
What are some of the innovations that you're trying to pursue to sort of get ahead of this situation in terms of the number of potholes in Toronto? Are you looking at different mixtures? Are you looking at involving AI to do better predictive maintenance? Like, what are you trying to do to get ahead of the pothole problem?
Yeah, through the Speaker. So we're doing all of those things. You'll also recall, as part of our 2026 budget submission, we did also introduce a brand new local road resurfacing program as well, where we're focused on a sort of quick in, quick out basis. So we'll target specific neighbourhoods, get in, shave the surface, and then come back very quickly and pave those so that we can get more work done each year on that resurfacing cycle. We're also looking at technology attached to city vehicles, which can scan the roads as we go along and automatically log those. We obviously have our maintenance patrols, which on arterials, for example, are twice a week. So yeah, we're doing a lot. And in terms of technology, we're leading edge in terms of the sort of mixes that we use to construct our roads.
Could you go into detail about how you're using AI to do more predictive maintenance on the roads?
To the Speaker, so in terms of AI, so currently we are on our new Maximo EWMS system. So what that means to us is that we are collecting more and more data every season, so we can look at trends and apply just AI to it, so we can figure out where predictive maintenance needs to happen. There are other pieces of data, though, that we haven't yet overlaid on it, so that will give us a better sense of risk areas, like higher risk areas based on claims or injuries or otherwise, as well as equity. So we are looking to invest in that and make sure for next season that we've got a better sharing of that data, and we can continue to advance our AI
Your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Cherneslin.
Thank you. I just have a question for staff. There was quite a bit of discussion in this report around how we're going to be using 311 data to determine where we fix potholes. So there are certain areas of the city where, due to population density or for other reasons, call volumes may not actually reflect the severity of the road conditions in those particular areas. And so I wondered, how are we going to hedge against this to ensure that areas in need are receiving service during blitzes if they don't necessarily report in the same way as certain other areas? Will there be any accompanying communications for this plan letting people know that the blitz will be targeting areas informed by 311 data? Or are we doing complementary things in addition to 311 that we should know about?
Through the chair, so when we identified the last 2 years through our heat mapping from the existing data was areas of the city that weren't being served. And what that means is we weren't seeing the same number of pothole repairs happening in certain parts of the city. And that may be areas of new Canadians, lower income, or people that just maybe not know about 311. So we've taken that information and we've enhanced our patrols in that area so that we're identifying potholes. We're also, when we have our weekend blitzes, which we're looking at potentially one this weekend depending on the weather, those are areas that we target as well as other service requests that we've received throughout the week. As far as the communication, we do communicate through the media about our blitzes. We're not very specific about the areas that we're going, but we do reinforce to contact 311 to put a request in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. Through the speaker, I read about and think perhaps the city considered putting cameras on our waste management trucks to monitor road condition and then have AI analyze the images and identify areas of risk and what potholes are growing. Is that something we are going to be implementing, or are we looking at it as an option?
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor. It's something that we're still looking at the moment.
And is there a timeline of when we might pilot something like that? Because with the extreme weather, we're getting worse road conditions. I feel like at the very least, getting a pilot out there would be really helpful.
Yeah, I don't, through the speaker, I don't have a specific timeline for implementation at this point in time. What I would say is, looking at the data, 85–90% of all of the potholes that we fill are ones that we proactively identify ourselves. Only about 5% of potholes are filled as a result of service requests. So I think we have a pretty robust way of identifying them. I obviously see AI complementing that as well, but I think our numbers are pretty good in terms of the number that we identify ourselves.
So how do we identify it? If it's not 311, do we have crews driving on major roads looking for potholes?
Yeah, so through the speaker, yes, we have staff who are actively patrolling every day on different roads, and that's set out in the province's minimum maintenance standards, where there are set time periods that we have to patrol. In addition, we have other staff just who are out doing work, identify locations as well.
And so is it 2 people in a car, one person's driving, one person's taking pictures and documenting? What does that look like?
Through the speaker, a patroller is typically one person, so they would just make a note of where there are particular stretches of road that then a crew needs to come back and revisit.
So is it possible that putting cameras on our solid waste management trucks would increase that efficiency without expanding our, human resource capacity?
Through the Speaker, yes, I think that's a fair assumption.
And do we have any asphalt experts in our city that are looking at new nanotechnology, nano clay, I read is one option some cities are piloting, in order to consider what kind of asphalt would best survive the freeze thaws that we're seeing in order to reduce costs? Granted that many of these materials are slightly more expensive, but some cities have started to look at what is that balance point. Do we have people who are considering these options and trying to see where we might land to get the best material?
Through the Speaker, absolutely, we do have both staff within Transportation Services, within our asset management group, who have pavement expertise, but then also through our Engineering Construction Services division as well.
So I have heard a lot about nanotechnology being one of the resources or technologies that can help in terms of the new kind of asphalt that is being used. Is that something that we have considered or are considering at this point?
Through the Speaker, it's certainly, I'm not sure that we've considered it, but it's something that we're always actively looking and trying to make sure that we're staying up to date. The province at the moment is looking at standardising road construction specifications, so that's one of the things which we've fed back to them, that we think Toronto roads and the level of traffic and coupled with our weather means that we wouldn't benefit from a province-wide standard. We think our Toronto-specific standards are better than that, so we are advocating to make sure that we're using the best specifications that we can for our roads.
So from time to time I drive the 407 and I note that there is not the same level of breakdown. What is that difference? Granted, they have probably a different budget, but what is that material difference?
Through the Speaker, so primarily the difference is that's generally constructed of concrete as opposed to being an asphalt road, and concrete roads are just more durable.
And is there a reason we don't use concrete roads? Is it the cost, or?
Yeah, through the Speaker would be primarily the cost, Councillor.
But have we ever done the math of the amount of labor and time in order to fix potholes and to overall have quite a degraded state of road condition across the city?
Last question, Councillor Cheng.
Through the Speaker, I'm not sure that we've done the math on it. I mean, other considerations in terms of a city road are things like utility cuts as well. So utility cuts through a concrete pavement are considerably more difficult to do and take considerably longer to do, to cut through, and then those utilities would then probably repair that with asphalt. So you then start to lose some of the benefits of having a concrete surface.
Thank you. Okay, the last one would be Councillor Shan. Go ahead. No, I know, but we have to recess at 6.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wanted to ask roughly what percentage of pothole filling or repair is being driven by 311 calls?
Through the Speaker, it's just over 4%, Councillor.
So does that include, so if you get a complaint from a particular street and you're going to fill that street, you're probably going to spend time filling the rest of that or looking around the surrounding areas. So indirectly, what percentage of 311 calls, or is it when you go on a 311 call, you're only filling that particular spot?
Through the Speaker, no, you're absolutely correct. So we try and make sure that we bundle multiple service requests together, and then also we do a proactive inspection of the road and fill those potholes while we're there filling the service request.
So 311 could lead to the 5% is directly, or 4% is direct, but it could be much more indirect through calls.
Through the Speaker, I think that's absolutely correct, and that's why generally when we talk about the percentage of service requests driven potholes, we normally talk around about 30%, and I think that's because we're assuming that the upload from the 4% is the other potholes that we're doing along in the immediate vicinity.
So what type of categorization do you have in terms of urgency around potholes, and do you have that prioritized in any way when you're doing the work?
Yep, through the Speaker, yes, we do. We have priority 1 and priority 2s. So depending on the roadway type, depends on both the response time for that. A priority 1 would be any pothole that is larger than a shoebox size.
And I do want to ask from maybe customer experience division executive director, what type of distribution are you seeing around calls for 311 from across the city in terms of calls for potholes? Is there disparities that exist or differences that exist in terms of calls coming from different parts of the city?
Through the speaker, just a quick review over 2025 and 2026. We see a very similar disparity across all wards. And our top wards will be Etobicoke Lakeshore, Toronto St. Paul, Eglinton Lawrence, Danforth, and Spadina Fort York.
So when you meet, sorry, just to clarify, when you say you see the same disparity, do you see differences, like for example, Scarborough's numbers, for example, from 311 reporting around potholes?
Through the speaker, your ward councillor would be number 11 on the list out of 25.
Thank you. Is there any particular effort being taken to make sure, traditionally 311 has identified, and in fact, Ombudsman's report and other things have identified certain areas in our community, in our city that underreport things to city, and has there been any efforts taken to reach out around potholes specific to targeted communities?
Through the speaker, we do regular communications through social media and the media, but we could take this opportunity to review. Again, 311 is only less than 5% of the service request for potholes. We could do extensive review with transportation services to ensure that we have that full lens.
Okay. Finally, is there a possibility of tracking work that's being done similar to, we remember when our election signs get picked up, there's a map that's often sent to us because somebody who's picking up illegal election signs are marking those GPS data. So is there something that could be done to have residents be assured that either the work is being completed or could be completed similar to, at least in a certain peak period of times, that people can go to a site and see?
So through the speaker, we don't currently have that tool, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't ultimately have that.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Burnside, you had your name up and then you put it down?
Speaker, but it back on. But there's other people that have questions.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we have time now to, before we recess, to add a member's motion onto the agenda and then do some quick releases. Okay. Okay. And if you have quick releases, if you can let me know. Because we're going to recess at 6. Because we're all invited downstairs. Okay. Councillor Crisanti, you want to introduce your motion?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So I have a motion without notice, and the reason for urgency, Speaker, is to ensure that sod repairs resulting from sidewalk snowplow damage in the preceding winter season are completed by June 30th of this year.
Okay, on favor, carried. Next is, I believe, Councillor Pasternak. Are you ready, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, I am, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Yes, so I'd like to introduce this motion. It's a replacement motion. It's urgent because there's ongoing safety and community issues in and around the Bathurst and Shepherd area, and we're trying to align the wide range of motions passed by council and other stakeholders and align it to some of the police policies that have been announced in the last couple of days.
On favor, carried. Any quick releases? Oh, go ahead.
So, Madam Speaker, now that that was successful, I'd like to withdraw members' motion 39.62.
Okay, hold on. 39? Pardon?
62.
62.
Oh, 38?
Yes, it's a MM 3962. Councillor Pasternak is withdrawing the member's motion. On favor, carried. Do we have any quick releases? Any quick releases? Councillor Fletcher, did you say yes? What is it? No, but what item is it?
Oh. No, it's okay.
Okay, so we have no quick releases. Councillor Turnbull, you wanted to say something before we recess?
I did. Thank you very much, Speaker. I just wanted to remind my colleagues that we will be having a reception downstairs in the rotunda for Passover this evening, and wanted to warmly invite everybody to join us at that. And also, if you can't make it tonight, there is one happening also on Monday night, because what's better than one pre-Passover reception than two, that's hosted by the protocol office and the mayor. So I will be at both, and I hope to see colleagues ideally at both, but at one of them for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so may I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bill? Councillor Pasternak, do you want to do that one?
Be happy to.
It's on the screen.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm, to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council meeting 39 on March the 25th, 2026.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor, show of hands. Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. We'll recess to tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.